The Pact at Dirʿiyyah. The settlement at Dirʿiyyah did not look like the beginning of a political order that would survive empires, redraw religious authority, and shape arguments extending far beyond Arabia. In the middle decades of the 18th century, it remained a hard settlement in a hard landscape, pressed into the banks and dry channels of Wadi Hanifa. Mud brick walls absorbed the afternoon heat. Date palms interrupted the pale severity of the plateau. Wind moved dust through narrow passages between dwellings and low courtyards where armed men sat in guarded silence, listening more than speaking. Nothing in the physical scale of the place suggested permanence. Power in Central Arabia rarely looked permanent. The political world surrounding Dirījah was fractured into local obligations, tribal calculations, and unstable alliances. Authority existed in layers that often failed to touch one another. The Ottoman Empire claimed sovereignty over much of the broader region, yet imperial reach into Najd remained thin and indirect. Local emirs governed oasis towns through negotiated loyalties rather than through bureaucratic institutions. Caravan routes shifted according to safety and drought. Raiding remained part of economic life. One settlement might recognize a regional chief in one season and reject him in the next. Religious authority was similarly dispersed. Judges, preachers, local scholars, shrine custodians, tribal notables, and wandering students all competed within overlapping moral worlds. No single institution could define orthodoxy across Central Arabia with consistency or force. By the time Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab arrived in Dirījah in the mid-18th century, the atmosphere around him had already thickened with dispute. He had preached in other settlements. He had attracted followers and enemies. Local rulers had offered temporary protection, then withdrawn it under pressure from stronger regional powers. His criticisms of devotional practices associated with graves, intercession, vows directed towards saints, and forms of mediation had provoked alarm among scholars who regarded his judgments as dangerous disruptions within the Muslim community. Yet the controversies surrounding him were not merely theological arguments unfolding in isolation. They touched deeper anxieties already present in Najd: insecurity, fragmentation, weak enforcement, and uncertainty over who possessed the right to define religious boundaries in the first place. This is the story of how a reform movement built around purification, certainty, and alliance reshaped Arabian political religion and generated arguments that continue to divide Muslims centuries later. The movement that emerged from Dirījah would not remain confined to theological instruction. It would move through armed expansion, alliances between scholars and rulers, campaigns against rival settlements, disputes over takfir, destruction of shrines, and recurring confrontations with broader Ottoman authority. Later generations would inherit the language of the movement in altered forms, some presenting it as revival and restoration, others as extremism and rupture. The argument would survive the destruction of states, the rise of new ones, colonial transformations, oil wealth, modern bureaucracies, and global ideological conflict. Long after the original settlement lost its military centrality, the alliance formed there would continue to shape the architecture of religious legitimacy inside Saudi Arabia and influence wider debates over authority, purity, violence, and communal belonging across the Muslim world. The meeting between Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab and Muhammad ibn Saud did not emerge from abstraction. It emerged from converging deficiencies. The preacher lacked durable enforcement power. The emir lacked a unifying religious project capable of extending loyalty beyond immediate kinship and tribal calculation. Each man encountered in the other a solution to structural weakness already visible in the landscape around them. Historians later describe the relationship as a bargain between sword and sermon, but the phrase can flatten what made the arrangement historically durable. The alliance was not simply transactional opportunism imposed upon religion from outside, nor was it a purely devotional partnership untouched by ambition. It became a political theology in practice, a system in which governance and religious purification reinforced one another until separating them became increasingly difficult. In the years preceding the alliance, Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab's preaching had already demonstrated the limits of religious reform without military protection. Accounts preserved in Najd chronicles and later compilations describe episodes in which local rulers initially supported him, only to retreat once neighboring powers threatened retaliation. The episode at Uyayna became especially important in later memory. There, under the protection of the local ruler Uthman ibn Muammar, Ibn Abdul-Wahhab reportedly encouraged visible acts of reform, including the destruction of structures associated with saint veneration and punishments presented as applications of Islamic law. These actions intensified regional attention. Pressure followed from Banu Khalid, the powerful chiefs in eastern Arabia, whose influence extended into nearby territories. The message was direct enough that protection became politically costly. The preacher was expelled rather than killed, but the lesson was difficult to miss. Religious certainty alone could not sustain reform when stronger forces controlled the surrounding political environment. The expulsion also clarified another reality. Opposition to Ibn Abdul-Wahhab was not confined to distant authorities or hostile rulers. Resistance emerged from within scholarly circles themselves, including among Hanbali scholars who rejected his expansion of certain theological categories into questions of communal membership and unbelief. The dispute concerned more than devotional habits around graves or supplication. Beneath the surface lay an argument over who possessed the authority to judge the religious status of fellow Muslims. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's writings repeatedly distinguished between affirming Allah as creator and directing acts of worship exclusively to him. In his formulation, many practices widespread among Muslims risked violating the second category, even if practitioners verbally affirmed Islam. Critics feared the implications immediately. If acts judged to compromise exclusive worship could place populations near the boundary of unbelief, political violence against fellow Muslims became easier to justify. The argument would follow him everywhere. Later defenders of the movement emphasized passages in which he attempted to limit indiscriminate takfir, insisting that proof must first be established against individuals knowingly opposing the prophetic religion. Opponents remained unconvinced. Some accused the movement of reviving Kharijite tendencies under a new vocabulary. Others regarded it as a destabilizing attempt to redraw the boundaries of Islam through coercion. The conflict did not emerge from misunderstanding alone. It reflected genuine uncertainty over where reform ended and excommunication began. Dirʿiyyah offered a different environment from the settlements that had failed to protect him. Muhammad ibn Saud governed a town already positioned within local competition for influence across Wadi Hanifa. Like other rulers in Najd, he operated within unstable networks of alliance and rivalry. Wealth depended on agriculture, tribute, trade movement, and military leverage. Security remained fragile. A settlement unable to defend itself could lose population quickly. Loyalty was practical before it became ideological. Yet the ruler of Dirījah also faced the same structural problem confronting many local leaders in Central Arabia. Tribal authority alone struggled to create lasting cohesion across fragmented communities. The alliance that followed has often been narrated in simplified form, as though inevitability carried the two men toward one another. The surviving historical record presents something more restrained. The preacher arrived after displacement. The ruler recognized an opportunity. Mutual need narrowed uncertainty. Chroniclers later described pledges of support and commitment. The emir would protect and advance the reform mission. The scholar would provide religious legitimacy to political expansion. The arrangement did not erase tension between the two domains. It institutionalized their dependence upon one another. The significance of the pact becomes clearer when viewed against the instability surrounding it. Earlier reform efforts in Islamic history had often depended on patronage, but patronage could vanish with a ruler's death, defeat, or changing priorities. What emerged in Dirʿiyyah moved beyond temporary sponsorship toward integrated structure. The ruler's military campaigns became tied to the language of purification and tawhid. The scholar's doctoral project became inseparable from territorial consolidation and enforcement. expansion itself acquired moral framing. Political obedience and religious correction increasingly reinforced each other. The settlement remained physically modest, even as its meaning widened. Men moved through its courtyards carrying messages between tribes and nearby settlements. Date harvests continued. Disputes over wells, grazing, and obligations remained ordinary features of life. Yet the vocabulary surrounding authority had begun to change. Correct worship was no longer presented merely as a matter of private piety or scholarly persuasion. It was becoming a governing principle capable of organizing military loyalty, adjudicating legitimacy, and justifying intervention into the religious life of surrounding communities. The language of purification carried unusual force precisely because Najd lacked strong central institutions. In regions where courts, imperial officials, and established scholarly hierarchies maintained greater continuity, religious disputes often remained contained within legal or educational frameworks. Central Arabia operated differently. The absence of durable, centralized enforcement meant that doctrinal certainty could travel rapidly once attached to armed alliance. The movement's call to eliminate practices regarded as innovations or forms of shirk therefore entered a political environment already conditioned by insecurity and local competition. Reform became inseparable from order-making. Modern scholarship on pre-Salafi Najd has emphasized environmental hardship as part of this background. Drought cycles destabilized settlements. Agricultural scarcity intensified conflict between sedentary and nomadic groups. Economic vulnerability sharpened the appeal of systems promising discipline and cohesion. The reform movement did not arise mechanically from climate or tribal conflict, but those pressures shaped the conditions in which its claims acquired traction. A doctrine insisting upon purification, obedience, and collective enforcement offered more than theology. It offered structure within a region accustomed to fragmentation. The movement's texts reflected this convergence between belief and enforcement. Short catechetical works such as al-Usul al-Thalatha compressed doctrine into portable formulas suitable for memorization and standardized teaching. Kitab al-Tawhid organized worship around strict categories designed to identify deviations with precision. Kashf al-Shubuhat addressed objections systematically, treating rival interpretations not as harmless variation, but as dangerous confusion requiring correction. These writings did not function merely as intellectual exercises. They became tools for social consolidation across expanding territories. Their brevity aided transmission. Their clarity reduced ambiguity. Their polemical structure prepared followers for dispute. Yet certainty produced new vulnerabilities of its own. Once a movement defines itself through purification, compromise becomes difficult to narrate without appearing corrupt or weak. The alliance in Dirʿiyyah therefore generated permanent pressures inside the movement from its earliest phase. Expansion required diplomacy, alliances, and negotiated loyalty. Purification demanded vigilance against dilution and deviation. Governance required managing populations that did not always conform neatly to doctrinal categories. These tensions would remain unresolved long after the deaths of both founding figures. The opposition forming beyond Dirʿiyyah understood the danger in similar structural terms, though from the opposite direction. Critics did not merely object to harsh preaching. They feared the emergence of a state-backed claim to define authentic Islam through coercive authority. This fear helps explain why accusations escalated so rapidly. Opponents described the movement as fitna, a source of communal fracture. Some linked it to earlier sectarian excesses and Islamic memory. Others warned that declaring widespread Muslim practices illegitimate threatened social stability itself. The language of the conflict hardened because the stakes were no longer theoretical. The Ottoman dimension remained distant but important. Istanbul's authority over Central Arabia operated unevenly, often through indirect relationships with local powers in the Hijaz and Eastern Arabia, rather than through dense administrative presence in Najd itself. Yet the symbolic authority of the Ottoman order still mattered. Control of pilgrimage routes, protection of the holy cities, and maintenance of broad Sunni legitimacy formed part of the empire's religious political identity. A movement emerging from Central Arabia that challenged accepted devotional practices and expanded through military alliance inevitably attracted suspicion beyond its immediate geography. The conflict would later widen dramatically, but the foundations were already present in the years surrounding the pact at Dirʿiyyah. Inside the settlement, however, life continued without theatrical grandeur. The alliance did not announce itself to the world as the birth of a future state. It accumulated force gradually through repeated acts of loyalty, teaching, adjudication, and campaign organization. Chroniclers later writing under Saudi patronage often framed the moment in providential language, embedding it within narratives of renewal and restoration. Opponents later narrated the same event as the beginning of dangerous rebellion. Between these accounts stands a more difficult historical reality. Two men operating within a fragmented region recognized that religious reform and political consolidation could stabilize one another under conditions where neither alone seemed sufficient. This was Output Pillar 1 in practice, before it acquired later historical names. Fragmented authority created the pressure. Reform certainty produced the demand for enforcement. The alliance supplied the mechanism. Its central claim remained simple enough to survive translation across centuries. Correct worship could not endure without political protection. Once that principle became embedded in governance, the consequences expanded beyond doctrine into administration, warfare, legitimacy, and state formation itself. The durability of the alliance depended partly on its flexibility. Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab did not become a ruler. Muhammad ibn Saud did not become a scholar. Their authority remained differentiated even as it intertwined. This distinction mattered because it allowed each domain to preserve its own language while supporting the other materially. Religious rulings justified campaigns and obedience. Political victories expanded the space in which religious reform could be implemented. Over time, the arrangement evolved into a hereditary structure linking the descendants of the ruler and the descendants of the scholar within a durable architecture of mutual reinforcement. The later prominence of the al-Sheikh within Saudi governance cannot be understood apart from this early integration. Still, the settlement at Dirījah in those first years carried no certainty of survival. Expansion invited retaliation. Alliances remained unstable. Rival towns resisted. Economic pressures persisted. The broader Islamic world had not accepted the movement's claims. Even within Najd, support varied according to local calculations and shifting loyalties. Some joined from conviction. Others joined because resistance became costly. Others remained unconvinced but pragmatic. Historical movements rarely spread through single motives alone. The surviving letters associated with the movement reveal how conscious its leaders were of external scrutiny. Correspondence directed toward rulers and authorities beyond Najd repeatedly attempted to explain intentions, deny indiscriminate violence, and frame military action as defensive or necessary. The need for continual justification became part of the movement's political psychology. Power widened influence, but influence multiplied accusation. The more the alliance succeeded territorially, the more urgently it needed to narrate itself as legitimate reform rather than rebellion. This atmosphere of explanation and suspicion shaped the intellectual tone of the movement itself. Many of its core texts read not as serene theological meditations, but as arguments conducted under pressure. Objections are anticipated and answered. Categories are sharpened. Boundaries are clarified repeatedly. The movement scholars understood that their claims disrupted inherited habits and long-standing devotional practices. Their opponents understood equally well that these claims threatened established forms of religious authority. The resulting documentary archive became unusually polemical because the movement's existence depended on continuous defense as much as continuous expansion. Outside Dirījah, ordinary believers encountered the movement not through abstract treatises alone, but through transformed public space. Shrines associated with saintly devotion became targets of criticism and sometimes destruction. Practices once tolerated locally acquired new legal scrutiny. Public worship itself became politically charged. A person's devotional habits could now carry implications about loyalty, legitimacy, and communal standing. The Reform Project altered not only doctrine, but also the visible organization of religious life. The long afterlife of the alliance would eventually obscure the uncertainty present at its beginning. Later narratives often compress history backward, making outcomes appear inevitable. Yet in the middle of the 18th century, the future remained narrow and contingent. Dirʿiyyah was still one settlement among many. Its rulers controlled limited territory. The preacher sheltering there remained controversial even among fellow Hanbalis. The Ottoman world beyond Najd scarcely regarded the region as politically central. Nothing guaranteed permanence. What existed instead was convergence. A preacher convinced that purification required enforcement encountered a ruler seeking durable legitimacy in a fragmented land. The pact that followed bound religious certainty to political expansion with unusual discipline and endurance. Neither man could fully control what later generations would make of the alliance. The arguments it generated would outlive the first Saudi state, survive Ottoman campaigns against it, and reappear in altered forms inside modern debates over reform, extremism, sovereignty, and the meaning of correct worship itself. In the dry settlement along Wadi Khanifa, behind guarded walls and within the unstable quiet of 18th-century Najd, the alliance was sealed not as myth, but as structure. Its meaning would continue unfolding long after the men who formed it were gone. 2. Najd before reform. Long before Dirʿiyyah became associated with reform, alliance, and expansion, Najd existed as a scattered interior world shaped by distance and interruption. Settlements appeared across the plateau like separated islands, held together less by centralized authority than by memory, kinship, seasonal necessity, and negotiated survival. The geography imposed its own discipline on those who lived within it. Villages emerged where wells held long enough to sustain cultivation. Date palms marked the difference between continuity and abandonment. Dry riverbeds cut through stretches of open land that could appear empty for days, then suddenly narrow into inhabited corridors where trade, teaching, dispute, and agriculture compressed into fragile local order. The climate conditioned every layer of existence. Heat settled heavily over the region for much of the year, pressing against mud brick walls and flattening movement during the afternoon hours. Rainfall remained inconsistent and often insufficient. A season of failed rain could alter migration patterns, weaken alliances, increase raiding, and force families towards settlements capable of sustaining larger populations temporarily. Water shaped politics as much as belief did. Wells, irrigation channels, and access to cultivable land determined which towns survived periods of scarcity and which entered decline. The rhythms of insecurity were therefore environmental before they became ideological. Travel across Najd required calculation rather than confidence. Caravan routes connected the region loosely to the Gulf, the Hijaz, Iraq, and Yemen, but movement remained exposed to tribal competition and fluctuating loyalties. A traveler might pass through one settlement under protection and encounter hostility in the next. Agreements between tribes shifted according to debt, marriage, drought, revenge, or opportunity. Raiding formed part of the economic structure of the region, neither constant nor exceptional, but woven into the expectations of life. Security depended less on universal law than on negotiated obligation, and the ability to enforce retaliation when agreements collapsed. This instability influenced the social psychology of Najd deeply. Communities developed habits of caution and local attachment. Trust rarely extended far beyond known networks. Reputation carried unusual importance because formal institutions remained limited. A respected scholar, tribal mediator, or local judge could stabilize conflict temporarily through moral authority. But even respected figures operated within constrained environments where enforcement remained uncertain. Authority in Najd, therefore, possessed an exposed quality. It depended on continued recognition rather than bureaucratic permanence. The Ottoman Empire stood above this world, in theory, more than in direct administration. Imperial sovereignty over the broader Arabian region existed through layered relationships with governors, regional powers, and the custodianship of the holy cities, but central Najd itself remained distant from dense Ottoman control. Imperial attention focused more heavily on coastal regions, pilgrimage routes, taxation centers, and strategically valuable ports than on the interior plateau. This distance did not mean Najd existed outside the Islamic world or outside imperial awareness. Pilgrims, scholars, merchants, and political news still moved through the region. Yet imperial authority often arrived indirectly, refracted through local rulers and regional balances of power, rather than through continuous administrative presence. Within this fragmented environment, oasis settlements became the primary units of organized life. Towns such as Uyayna, Huraymila, Dirʿiyyah, and Riyadh developed around agricultural sustainability and local authority structures. Palm groves formed economic foundations. Small markets connected agricultural output to caravan traffic. Mud brick homes clustered near mosques, wells, and defensive structures. Some settlements possessed walls. Others depended more heavily on alliances with surrounding tribes. None remained entirely insulated from regional conflict. A dispute over inheritance, trade access, grazing rights, or political loyalty could expand outward quickly through kinship networks and retaliatory violence. The religious life of Najd reflected this decentralized structure. Islam in the region did not operate through a single institutional center, capable of regulating devotional practice uniformly across the plateau. Instead, religious knowledge circulated through local jurists, mosque teachers, itinerant students, judges, tribal scholars, and inherited teaching families. Oral instruction carried significant weight. A scholar's authority depended partly on training and partly on communal trust accumulated over time. In many settlements, religious leadership became associated with certain households whose prestige passed across generations through study, legal service, and mediation. Hanbali jurisprudence held an important position in Najd, though its local application varied. The Hanbali school had long maintained a presence in the region, sustained partly through scholarly travel between Najd and larger centers of learning in places such as Damascus and Medina. Yet the existence of Hanbali legal identity did not produce complete doctrinal uniformity. Legal affiliation functioned alongside local custom, inherited devotional habits, and varying degrees of scholarly rigor. Some communities possessed relatively strong scholarly traditions. Others relied on more limited religious instruction shaped heavily by oral transmission and local authority. Religious practice in 18th-century Najd therefore contained variation rather than simple homogeneity. Devotional customs associated with graves and saintly figures existed in some areas, though the scale and form differed from place to place. Certain communities practiced visitation to grave sites connected to respected individuals. Supplications near tombs, vows associated with local shrines, and requests for intercession formed part of inherited pious behavior for some populations. These practices were not always understood by participants as alternatives to worshiping Allah. Many regarded them as forms of seeking blessing, remembrance, or proximity to righteous figures within an Islamic framework. At the same time, criticism of such practices did not begin with Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab. Debates over innovation, intercession, shrine visitation, and devotional excess had appeared repeatedly within Sunni scholarship across earlier centuries. The writings of Ibn Taymiyyah, may Allah have mercy on him, remained especially significant in this regard. His critiques of mediated devotional practices, emphasis on direct worship of Allah, and suspicion toward certain forms of shrine-centered piety survived within Hanbali intellectual memory long before 18th-century Najd. His student Ibn al-Qayyim, may Allah have mercy on him, further transmitted aspects of this reformist orientation. These works did not dominate all scholarly environments equally, but they remained available within certain legal and theological circles. The survival of these texts mattered because Najd's scholarly environment, though sparse compared to major urban centers, was not intellectually isolated. Scholars traveled in search of instruction. Students moved between regions. Manuscripts circulated slowly but persistently through copying networks and teaching circles. Medina, in particular, functioned as a meeting point where scholars from multiple regions encountered one another during pilgrimage and study. Through such networks, reformist critiques of innovation and arguments for renewed attention to foundational texts remained present within broader Sunni discourse. Yet it would be misleading to describe 18th-century Najd simply as a battlefield between pure monotheism and corruption. Such language belongs more to later polemic than to careful historical reconstruction. Local devotional life often blended inherited legal tradition, customary practice, communal memory, and uneven access to scholarship. Some practices criticized later by reformers existed quietly within ordinary patterns of piety, rather than as conscious theological rebellion. Other communities may have rejected such customs entirely. Variation remained one of the defining features of the region. The role of scholars in this environment extended beyond theology alone. Judges and jurists frequently acted as mediators in disputes involving property, marriage, tribal agreements, inheritance, and violence. Because centralized political authority remained weak, moral arbitration carried practical political significance. A respected judge could reduce conflict by legitimizing settlements acceptable to competing parties. Scholarly families therefore occupied an ambiguous position. They lacked military dominance, yet they often possessed social influence disproportionate to their material power. Their authority rested on learning, reputation, and continuity across generations. Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab emerged from this scholarly world rather than from outside it. His family belonged to the learned class associated with Hanbali jurisprudence in Najd. His father, Abdul-Wahhaab ibn Sulaiman, reportedly served as a judge, while other relatives also participated in legal and scholarly activity. The family's position illustrates an important feature of Najdi society often obscured in later narratives. The region already possessed functioning scholarly structures before reform movements emerged. The debate was not between religion and irreligion. It unfolded inside an existing Sunni scholarly environment struggling over interpretation, authority, and proper devotional boundaries. Sources concerning Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab's early years contain areas of uncertainty. Later supporters tended to portray his youth through the language of exceptional piety and precocious insight, while hostile accounts often emphasized disruption and excess. Between these portrayals, certain broad contours remain reasonably stable. He was born in Uyayna during the early 18th century into a family connected to scholarship and judicial service. He received training in Quran, jurisprudence, and religious sciences within the Hanbali tradition. He traveled for study, though the precise chronology and extent of those journeys remain debated among historians. Medina appears consistently in accounts of his education. There he likely encountered wider scholarly debates circulating across the Ottoman Islamic world. Exposure to hadith-centered scholarship and reformist critiques of devotional accretions probably intensified tendencies already present within Hanbali textual traditions. Some later narratives also connect him to Basra and possibly other regions, though details remain difficult to verify with precision. What matters historically is less the exact itinerary than the intellectual orientation taking shape through these encounters. That orientation rested upon a growing conviction that many Muslims had drifted away from what reformist scholars regarded as proper tawheed, the exclusive direction of worship toward Allah without intermediary practices judged illegitimate. The concern was not merely abstract theology. Reformist literature often framed devotional variation as evidence of gradual religious dilution produced through custom, imitation, weak scholarship, and emotional attachment to inherited practices. The problem in this view was cumulative. Innovations entered slowly until communities could no longer distinguish clearly between reverence and worship. This concern formed the historical pressure underlying what would later become a larger purification program. Weak doctrinal clarity, perceived accretions in devotional practice, and fragmented religious authority generated anxiety among certain scholars that the foundations of worship itself were becoming unstable. The response emerging from reformist Hanbali circles emphasized renewed dependence upon the Quran, the prophetic tradition, and earlier Sunni scholarship associated with purification and textual rigor. The writings of Ibn Taymiyyah occupied a particularly important place within this intellectual inheritance because they combined legal argument with confrontational critique of practices viewed as compromising divine uniqueness. His legacy remained contested within broader Sunni history. Admirers regarded him as a reviver of scriptural rigor. Critics accused him of excessive literalism and destabilizing polemic. Yet his influence endured, especially within circles already inclined toward skepticism regarding shrine-centered, devotional life and speculative theology. Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab inherited this legacy not as an isolated discovery, but as part of a continuing Hanbali reformist current stretching across centuries. Hadith study also played a role in this environment. Across parts of the 18th-century Islamic world, renewed emphasis on hadith transmission and direct engagement with foundational texts contributed to broader reformist tendencies. These developments did not produce identical movements everywhere, but they encouraged suspicion toward inherited customs lacking strong textual support. In Najd, where centralized institutions remained weak and local practice varied significantly, such concerns acquired distinctive political implications. Correcting worship could not remain merely educational if local authority structures permitted contested practices to continue openly. This relationship between doctrine and enforcement would become central later, but traces of it already existed before the alliance at Dirʿiyyah. Scholars operating in insecure environments understood that preaching without protection often failed to alter communal behavior consistently. Local rulers, meanwhile, recognized that religious legitimacy could strengthen political cohesion. The overlap between these concerns emerged gradually through daily realities, rather than through abstract theory alone. The educational environment of Najd remained modest compared to major Ottoman cities, yet its limitations also shaped intellectual style. Learning often depended on concise texts, suitable for memorization and repeated oral teaching. A student might study under a local jurist for years before traveling briefly to another region and returning with manuscripts, chains of transmission, or legal opinions. Libraries were limited. Manuscript culture remained laborious. Precision in short doctrinal texts, therefore, carried unusual importance. A concise treatise capable of being memorized and transmitted widely could influence communities more effectively than large scholarly volumes inaccessible to most listeners. The reformist framework developing around Muhammad ibn Abd reflected this educational reality. Its emphasis on clarity, categorization, and directness suited environments where oral teaching and communal repetition mattered deeply. Worship must be directed exclusively toward Allah. Practices resembling supplication toward intermediaries were condemned. The prophetic model and foundational sources became the measure against which inherited custom would be judged. These principles later appeared in texts such as Kitab al-Tawhid and al-Usul al-Thalatha, but their roots belong to earlier educational and doctrinal conditions already present in Najd. The measurable historical impact of this revivalist orientation would eventually extend far beyond local instruction. It would shape legal systems, educational curricula, public religious discourse, and political legitimacy within expanding Saudi structures. Yet in its early phase, the reform impulse remained comparatively localized, moving through study circles, sermons, correspondence, and regional scholarly debate. Its future significance was not yet obvious. The social environment surrounding these debates remained unstable enough that theology could rarely detach itself from power entirely. Tribal loyalties intersected with scholarly allegiance, A ruler supporting one scholar might alienate another faction. Religious judgments influenced marriage alliances, commercial trust, and political mediation. Even devotional disputes could carry implications for governance because communal unity depended partly upon shared moral authority. In fragmented societies, theological disagreement often acquires political weight quickly. This complexity shaped reactions to reformist preaching from the beginning. Some listeners likely experienced the call to purification as moral clarification within an uncertain world. Others viewed it as an attack on inherited forms of piety and communal continuity. Still others evaluated the movement pragmatically according to local political conditions rather than doctrinal conviction alone. Historical change rarely spreads through pure belief separated from social context. In Najd, survival, legitimacy, and worship already overlapped long before military expansion transformed those relationships further. Meanwhile, ordinary life continued beneath these larger developments. Farmers irrigated palm groves carefully during difficult seasons. Tribal envoys negotiated truces over pasture and water access. Students recited legal texts in mosque circles, illuminated by oil lamps. Travelers carried rumors of events in Damascus, Basra, or the Hijaz, alongside grain prices and reports of unsafe roads. Religious instruction unfolded beside economic vulnerability rather than above it. Theological precision existed within communities still negotiating drought, insecurity, and survival. The world into which Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab was born was therefore neither spiritually empty nor institutionally stable. It was a landscape of partial authority. Scholars possessed influence without centralized control. Rulers governed without durable ideological unity. Devotional practices varied across settlements and generations. Reformist texts circulated within inherited Sunni frameworks, while simultaneously challenging aspects of lived religious culture. Anxiety about religious drift coexisted with attachment to long-standing customs. Within this environment, purification became imaginable not simply as personal renewal, but as social reordering. If correct worship formed the foundation of communal legitimacy, then doctrinal clarity could potentially stabilize fragmented society. Yet that same logic carried danger. Once worship became linked to political authority and public enforcement, disagreement could shift from scholarly debate into conflict over belonging itself. The categories of belief, legitimacy, and loyalty would begin moving closer together. By the early 18th century, the pressures were already accumulating quietly across Najd. Fragmented authority, inherited devotional variation, vulnerable scholarship networks, environmental insecurity, and reformist textual revivalism existed side by side without stable resolution. The plateau remained divided among oasis settlements and tribal loyalties, but beneath the visible fragmentation, another process had begun. Questions about worship, authority, and communal boundaries were slowly tightening around one another, waiting for a structure capable of binding them together with force. 3. The fear of drift. Before the movement acquired armies, before Dir's gave it protection, before opponents gave it a name meant to wound, its first landscape was inwardly narrower and intellectually more exacting. It began in the small world of study, recitation, correction, and unease. Muhammad ibn Abd-al-Wahhab was born into a household where law was not an ornament of learning, but a public function, where a judge's word could settle inheritance, discipline quarrels, mediate obligations, and give moral shape to a settlement whose political order remained exposed to uncertainty. The child did not enter a religious vacuum. He entered a world already governed by texts, reputations, family prestige, and inherited expectation. Uyayna, his birthplace in the early 18th century, stood within the unsettled interior of Najd, where scholarship existed close to scarcity and authority rarely felt abstract. The young student's first formation belonged to a culture that trusted memorization because books were limited, teachers were precious, and knowledge needed to survive movement, drought, and death. A text learned by heart could travel where manuscripts could not. A legal rule held in memory could remain available when a judge was absent or when dispute arrived suddenly at the door. In such a world, clarity was not only an intellectual preference, it was a means of preservation. His father, Abdul-Wahhaab ibn Sulaiman, belonged to the local scholarly class and is remembered as a judge within the Hanbali tradition. That detail matters because it places the son inside a disciplined inheritance before it places him against one. The household would have carried the habits of legal reasoning, the authority of precedent, and the caution of men accustomed to seeing private conduct become public dispute. The law did not float above life. It entered marriage contracts, land claims, trade disagreements, accusations, blood payments, and conflicts between local power and moral judgment. For a serious student, religious language was never merely devotional. It organized consequences. The sources do not permit a sentimental reconstruction of his childhood. They do not allow the historian to enter his private thoughts or convert later conviction into early prophecy. What can be seen is the environment of formation: a learned family, a Hanbali legal culture, local judgeship, Quranic memorization, exposure to inherited devotional variety, and a region where communal order depended on fragile combinations of kinship, religious arbitration, and armed protection. A young mind formed there would have encountered religious knowledge not as a broad museum of possibilities, but as a discipline meant to distinguish what preserved order from what endangered it. In Najd, ambiguity could carry practical cost. A disputed ruling could deepen factional tension. A contested custom could become a marker of loyalty or defiance. A scholar's hesitation might be read as weakness, while excessive severity could fracture a settlement already vulnerable to external pressure. The moral atmosphere did not naturally reward intellectual softness. It trained judgment under conditions where definitions mattered. This does not explain Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab completely, but it helps explain why clarity later became for him something more urgent than elegance. The early curriculum available to him would have moved through Quran, prophetic reports, law, creed, and the concise manuals by which students entered the scholarly world. Hanbali learning in Najd placed weight on texts that could be taught in circles, repeated, memorized, and applied. A student absorbed not only content, but posture, reverence for evidence, suspicion toward unsupported practice, respect for earlier jurists, and the assumption that worship could not be left to custom alone. The habit of reducing a dispute to its governing principle became part of the intellectual body. Out of this world came a recurring pattern that would later define his public career. Certainty functioned as protection against fragmentation. Clarity served as defense against corruption. Purification appeared as preservation rather than innovation. These phrases should not be treated as private thoughts placed inside him without evidence. They describe a pattern visible in his writings, choices, controversies, and the structure of the movement that later grew around him. Again and again, he approached religious life as though the greatest danger was not open denial but gradual displacement. Worship redirected almost imperceptibly through habits that communities had ceased to examine. The fear beneath that pattern was not fear of difference in the ordinary sense, it was fear of drift. A practice might begin as reverence, then become reliance. A form of respect might become supplication. A request for blessing might acquire the emotional weight of dependence. Over generations, the boundary between honoring the righteous and seeking from them what belongs to Allah alone could become blurred. The reformer's anxiety lived in that blur. Ambiguity, once tolerated, could harden into custom. Custom, once sanctified by age, could resist correction more fiercely than deliberate error. This was the emotional logic beneath the later program. Fear that ambiguity becomes compromise. Fear that compromise becomes corruption. Fear that corruption becomes collective decline. The logic was severe, but not incoherent. It belonged to a wider current of Sunni reformist thought that had long worried over innovation, imitation, and the weakening of direct worship. Its danger lay in how quickly preservation could become exclusion once attached to public authority. Its force lay in how clearly it answered a world already marked by dispersed power and uncertain boundaries. The legacy of Ibn Taymiyyah, may Allah have mercy on him, entered this formation as more than a collection of arguments. It offered a model of scholarship in which inherited practice could be judged against foundational sources, even when practice had acquired social acceptance. Ibn Taymiyyah's critiques of shrine-centered devotion, intercession-seeking, speculative theology, and religious imitation gave later Hanbali reformers a language for naming what they saw as religious accretions. His student Ibn al-Qayyim, may Allah have mercy on him, carried forward a similar concern for purification, direct worship, and the moral consequences of theological error. Muhammad ibn Abd, al-Wahhab, did not invent this inheritance, but he compressed it into a regional program with unusual intensity. In his later writings, the distinction between Allah as creator and Allah as the sole recipient of worship became central. Many people, he argued, could affirm the first while compromising the second. The point was not merely to state that Allah created and governed the world. The decisive matter was whether acts of devotion, supplication, sacrifice, vow-making, and reliance were directed to Him alone. This distinction gave his reform project its sharpness. It transformed disputes over custom into tests of worship itself. The formation of that distinction cannot be separated from the world, he observed. In parts of Najd and in regions beyond it, devotional customs surrounding graves and saintly figures carried deep emotional meaning. Some believers visited graves to remember death or honor the righteous. Others sought blessing near sites associated with sanctity. Some made vows or supplications in forms that reformers judged impermissible. The practices varied, as did the intentions attached to them. A careful historian must preserve that variation. For the reformer, however, variation did not dissolve danger. It could make danger harder to identify. His travels for study, though not fully reconstructible in every detail, appear to have widened rather than softened this concern. Medina stands as the most secure major station in accounts of his education. It was not merely a holy city, but a gathering place of scholars, pilgrims, judges, and students from multiple regions. There, a Najdi student could encounter broader debates about prophetic tradition, law, saint veneration, and the relation between inherited legal schools and direct textual evidence. The city exposed him to a wider Islamic world without necessarily producing broad accommodation. Exposure can deepen conviction when what is encountered appears to confirm an existing fear. Later accounts also associate him with Basra and other places beyond Najd, though the evidence for the full itinerary remains uneven. Basra, if his stay there is accepted, would have presented a different social and religious texture from Najd, a port city linked to trade, scholarly exchange, sectarian diversity, and devotional practices more visibly varied than those of the interior plateau. Such environments could sharpen the mind of a reformer already inclined to see religious drift as the central danger. They placed practices, arguments, and communities before him in concentrated form. They also showed that the issues troubling Najd were not local peculiarities alone. Travel did not turn him into a cosmopolitan synthesizer. That was not the direction his formation took. The more he encountered religious plurality, the more he seems to have organized it through the question of worship's purity. For some scholars, exposure to variation encourages accommodation. For others, it intensifies the desire for boundaries capable of resisting dilution. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab belonged to the second tendency. The wider world did not persuade him that inherited devotional difference could be left undisturbed. It appears to have convinced him that ambiguity had become widespread enough to demand correction. The psychological architecture of reform therefore developed around a protective severity. He saw himself, as later writings suggest, not as introducing a new religion, but as stripping away what had gathered around the old one. This distinction mattered deeply to the movement's self-understanding. Accretion was the enemy because it could disguise itself as reverence. Imitation was dangerous because it could pass error from one generation to the next without conscious rebellion. Innovation was feared because it could become lovable before it became visible as deviation. Such a posture helps explain the later shape of Kitab al-Tawhid. The work is not arranged as a broad theological encyclopedia. It is a program of moral and social clarification, moving through short chapters and scriptural evidence to identify what preserves or violates exclusive worship. Its force lies in compression. It does not invite the listener into a leisurely survey of religious life. It places the question of worship at the center and measures acts against that center. The result is a text designed to teach, warn, classify, and standardize. The historical pressure behind such a work was widespread disagreement over legitimate devotional practice. Communities did not agree on the meaning of seeking intercession, making vows near graves, asking the dead for aid, or treating saints as channels of blessing. Some scholars tolerated certain forms under specific conditions. Others condemned them sharply. Many ordinary believers inherited practices without analyzing their theological implications. In that setting, ambiguity itself became the reformer's opponent. Kitab al-Tawhid responded by refusing to allow devotional acts to remain protected by vagueness. The central claim can be stated plainly. Acts directed toward intermediaries compromise divine unity when they give created beings what belongs to Allah alone. From this claim flowed a larger program. Worship had to be purified not only in intention but in outward form. Language mattered. Gesture mattered. Public custom mattered. Practices that seemed minor to their defenders appeared to the reformer as openings through which deeper corruption entered communal life. The work's structure reveals this concern. It moves from principle to warning, from warning to example, from example to social boundary. The concrete anchor for this transformation was the teaching and circulation of reformist writings focused on Tawhid. These writings did not remain private notes. They entered study circles, correspondence, disputation, and later state-backed curricula. Kitab al-Tawhid became foundational because it could travel. It was brief enough to memorize in part, sharp enough to divide positions, and structured enough to support preaching across communities with uneven scholarly resources. Its later importance in Saudi religious education and wider revivalist movements came from this combination of doctrinal clarity and practical portability. Yet the text should not be read only through its later institutional triumph. In its formative world, it answered a vulnerability. The author faced a landscape in which local practice varied, scholarly authority was dispersed, and inherited customs could not easily be corrected by persuasion alone. The text attempted to impose order at the level of meaning before political authority imposed order at the level of enforcement. It sought to make ambiguous practices legible, to remove the protective haze of habit, and to train communities to see worship through a narrowed and intensified lens. This is why the fear of drift became more than an emotion. It became a method. The method began by identifying a practice, separating its outward form from the explanation offered by its defenders, and asking whether the act resembled worship directed to other than Allah. It then connected the practice to scriptural warnings and earlier scholarly critique. Finally, it placed the community before a decision: abandon the act or risk being aligned with forms of association the Quran condemned. This method had enormous mobilizing power. It also carried obvious risks once directed toward living Muslim communities. The issue of imitation sharpened these risks. In many traditional societies, inherited practice carries authority precisely because it has endured. Families visit the places their parents visited. Communities repeat phrases their elders repeated. A shrine may function as memory, identity, consolation, and local continuity at once. To the reformer, however, inherited continuity could become the very mechanism by which error survived. The age of a practice did not prove its legitimacy. It could prove only that correction had been delayed. Such reasoning unsettled local religious life because it attacked practices at the level of trust. It suggested that ancestors might have erred, scholars might have tolerated what should have been forbidden, and communities might have mistaken emotional attachment for piety. This was not a small intervention. It asked people to distrust parts of their own religious inheritance. Even when framed as return rather than innovation, such a demand produces rupture. Reform movements often underestimate the grief contained in correction. Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab's early critics sensed this disruptive force. Some resisted because they believed his arguments were legally and theologically mistaken. Others feared that his approach would widen takfir and destabilize communal bonds. Still others likely recognized the political danger of a preacher whose categories could delegitimize existing religious practices and the authorities associated with them. A shrine was not only a devotional site, it could be attached to lineage, local prestige, economic movement, and the moral history of a place. To condemn it was to disturb more than ritual. The early signs of rupture appeared as criticism of local customs became public and uncompromising. Reform preaching moved from general moral exhortation toward specific correction. Accepted devotional habits were no longer treated as harmless variation. They were brought under judgment. This shift increased scholarly unease because it placed old questions under new pressure. A jurist could debate innovation in principle for years, but once a preacher began urging public destruction or denunciation of particular practices, the debate entered social space differently. The sources surrounding these early confrontations must be handled with care. Later Najdi chronicles often present the reformers' actions within a narrative of necessary purification, while hostile sources emphasize arrogance, violence, and communal disruption. Both traditions carry historical information, but both also carry verdicts. What remains clear is the progression. Study produced conviction, conviction produced critique, critique produced resistance, and resistance eventually revealed the need for protection. The inner logic of purification moved steadily toward the outer question of power. That movement did not require him to abandon scholarship for politics. Rather, the scholarship itself pressed toward political consequence. If correct worship was endangered by public practices, and if public practices were defended by local custom and authority, then teaching alone might appear insufficient. The reformers' claim required not merely agreement, but alteration of communal behavior. Once alteration encountered resistance, protection became necessary. Once protection became necessary, reform entered the world of rulers. This pattern helps explain why his eventual alliance with Muhammad ibn Saud did not represent an accidental politicization of an otherwise private doctrine. The doctrine already contained social implications. It classified practices, challenged authorities, demanded correction, and treated public religious life as a site of obligation. What Dirʿiyyah later supplied was not the first political meaning of the reform. It supplied the institutional force required to make that meaning durable. The psychological depth of this development lies in its coherence rather than in any need to pathologize it. A mind trained in legal precision, formed in a fragmented region, exposed to devotional variation, and nourished by Hanbali revivalist texts, could plausibly come to experience ambiguity as danger. The reformer did not need to hate society in order to fear its drift. He did not need to seek chaos in order to produce rupture. Conviction can be socially disruptive precisely when it understands itself as preservation. This is one of the enduring difficulties in narrating his life. To describe the severity of the program without caricature requires holding two facts together. First, his concern for exclusive worship belonged to recognizable currents within Sunni scholarship and drew upon earlier sources. Second, the way that concern was later organized, enforced, and expanded created profound controversy, including accusations from other scholars that the movement exceeded legitimate bounds. The historical figure stands inside both facts. Reducing him to either pure reviver or mere extremist erases the conflict that made him consequential. The young scholar's formation also unfolded within a society where moral authority and social order were already entangled. A judge did not merely explain law, he helped hold community together. A preacher did not merely speak, he influenced loyalty and shame. A scholar's classification of an act could reshape marriageability, trust, political obedience, and the legitimacy of local leadership. In such a world, the distinction between intellectual formation and social consequence remained thin. The classroom was never far from the courtyard where disputes were settled. His early study would have taught him that religion possessed categories, and categories possessed consequences. Worship, innovation, lawful conduct, forbidden conduct, belief, unbelief, repentance, proof, ignorance, and obligation were not decorative concepts. They determined how people were treated, what acts were permitted, what practices demanded correction, and what authorities could command. Later controversies over takfir emerged partly because his reform program placed these categories under intense pressure. The question of proof became especially important. In later defensive correspondence preserved by Najdi scholars, the movement repeatedly insisted that declaring specific individuals outside Islam was not applied without conditions, especially the establishment of proof. This insistence shows an awareness of danger inside the movement's own logic. If the condemnation of practices expanded too easily into condemnation of persons, purification could become socially limitless. The attempt to distinguish between acts, groups, and individuals was therefore not incidental. It was a stabilizing device within a severe doctrinal framework. Such distinctions, however, did not always satisfy opponents. A scholar accused of widening the boundaries of unbelief cannot remove the fear merely by stating conditions if his preaching still appears to threaten large populations. Critics heard the severity before they trusted the qualifications. They saw practices condemned, shrines challenged, and ordinary Muslims placed under suspicion. The gap between internal self-description and external perception became one of the movement's enduring features. The emotional logic of reform often becomes visible through this gap. From inside, the movement could view itself as rescuing worship from decay. From outside, it could appear as an assault on communal continuity. From inside, severity signaled loyalty to foundational truth. From outside, it could look like arrogance toward inherited scholarship. From inside, clarity protected the people. From outside, clarity could become a weapon against them. These perceptions did not cancel one another. They explain why the conflict proved so durable. In Medina and possibly in Basra, the young scholar encountered worlds where religious authority was broader, older, and more diverse than the small settlements of Najd. He would have seen that the problem of devotional variation did not belong only to isolated towns. He would have found scholars who debated, tolerated, rejected, or qualified practices according to inherited legal reasoning. The encounter with complexity did not necessarily undermine his confidence. It may have given him a clearer sense that local correction required a language stronger than local custom. His return to Najd, whenever reconstructed in exact sequence, placed that sharpened language inside a region structurally vulnerable to it. The plateau's weak central authority meant that a determined preacher could gather support locally, but it also meant that opposition could quickly become dangerous. A ruler might protect him in one phase and expel him in another. A town might listen until the cost of listening became too high. Reform entered a political ecology that converted theological dispute into questions of survival. The family dimension deepened the rupture. Opposition to his movement eventually came not only from outsiders but from within learned circles close to him, most famously his brother Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, who authored an early refutation. This fact prevents any simple story of an isolated reformer confronting only ignorant masses or corrupt elites. The disagreement passed through the same scholarly environment that produced him. It was an argument inside a family, inside a legal tradition, inside Najd itself. Such intimate opposition matters psychologically because it shows that the reform program did not merely confront external misunderstanding. It divided people capable of understanding the same texts differently. The fear of drift met the fear of excess. One side feared that inherited practices had compromised worship. The other feared that the cure would tear apart the protected community of Islam. The conflict was therefore not between seriousness and indifference. It was between rival anxieties over religious preservation. Kitab al-Tawhid stands at the center of this formation because it translates anxiety into pedagogy. It teaches readers how to see. A vow is not merely a vow if directed toward the wrong object. A supplication is not merely a phrase if it assigns dependence to a created being. Reverence is not safe simply because a community has practiced it for generations. The text trains suspicion toward devotional forms that could blur divine exclusivity. It creates a moral grammar in which apparently scattered customs become part of a single problem. The work's later institutional power came from this grammar. It could be used in mosques, schools, judicial settings, and missionary instruction because it provided a repeatable interpretive frame. Students could learn not only conclusions but a method of classification. Teachers could apply the same logic to new customs. Rulers aligned with the movement could present enforcement as protection of worship rather than mere political discipline. In this way, a concise doctrinal work helped shape legal, educational, and eventually political institutions. The text also narrowed the emotional distance between private devotion and public order. If acts directed toward intermediaries endangered divine unity, then such acts could not be dismissed as private eccentricities. They affected the moral condition of the community. They required correction because communal life itself was accountable before Allah. This claim intensified the social reach of theology. It made ordinary practices visible to authority. The danger of this move was not hidden from critics. They worried that the line between correction and coercion would not hold. They worried that the movement's categories could turn ignorance into guilt too quickly or treat contested practices as unmistakable unbelief. Later defensive statements from the movement tried to answer precisely this fear by emphasizing knowledge, proof, and hostility as conditions in specific cases. Yet the very need for repeated clarification shows how combustible the doctrine had become once it entered public conflict. The formation wound, then, was not a private trauma recoverable through anecdote. It was an intellectual and moral wound produced by perceiving the religious world as unstable at its foundations. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab appears to have seen surrounding practice not as harmless diversity, but as evidence of a slow loss of discernment. The wound was the possibility that a community could still speak the language of Islam while directing acts of worship in ways he believed compromised its essence. For such a mind, reform could not be satisfied by vague piety. It required naming, it required boundaries. It required texts short enough to teach, strong enough to discipline memory, and clear enough to withstand objection. This is why his writings often feel compressed and disputational. They were designed for a world in which error was not imagined as distant but present, defended, familiar, and emotionally protected by custom. The early rupture with accepted devotional habits grew from this disciplined unease. As his teaching became more public, the consequences of his categories became harder to contain. Practices attached to graves and saints could no longer remain under the shelter of inherited ambiguity. Local scholars and rulers had to respond because silence itself began to look like a position. The reformers' insistence forced decisions in communities accustomed to managing difference through custom, deference, and selective avoidance. There was no clean line at which intellectual formation ended and movement began. The same habits developed in study gave shape to public action. Memorization culture favored concise formulations. Legal training favored classification. Hanbali revivalist inheritance favored return to foundational sources. Regional insecurity favored clarity over plural accommodation. Exposure to wider devotional practices confirmed the scale of the problem as he understood it. Resistance confirmed the need for firmer support. Each layer carried the earlier one forward. By the time his preaching began provoking serious opposition, the fear of drift had already become more than warning. It had become language. It had become a method of reading society. It had become a program capable of turning religious disagreement into organized reform. The child of a judicial household had become a scholar for whom ambiguity itself appeared dangerous, and the scattered devotional world of Najd became the first field on which that danger would be named. 4. Preaching against the familiar. The first fractures did not appear because Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab spoke about religion in a society without religion. They appeared because he spoke against practices that many people already understood as religion. That difference shaped the entire conflict. A reformer who condemns open neglect may disturb the careless, but a reformer who condemns inherited piety disturbs memory itself. In the small settlements of Najd, where family graves, local reputations, stories of righteous ancestors, and habits of devotion were woven into communal continuity, his preaching touched matters people did not experience as theoretical. It entered the places where affection, fear, lineage, and worship had long stood close together. His public emergence unfolded through the ordinary instruments of scholarship before it produced extraordinary consequences. He taught, argued, wrote, warned, and interpreted. He used the authority of Scripture, prophetic reports, and earlier Hanbali critique to examine devotional acts that many local communities had inherited without systematic theological reflection. The preacher's voice did not begin as a state decree. It began in circles of instruction and admonition, in the movement of texts from teacher to student, in disputes with scholars and rulers, and in a growing insistence that practices tolerated by custom could not be protected from judgment simply because they had become familiar. The familiar was precisely where the danger lay in his eyes. Graves of respected figures were not only burial places. In some communities, they were sites of visitation, memory, blessing, supplication, and local identity. Shrines could carry the moral biography of a settlement. A family might remember a grandfather who sought relief there during illness, a mother who made a vow in distress, a trader who paused before travel, a bereaved son who found consolation near the grave of a man believed to have been righteous. Such practices did not always appear to their participants as competition with worship of Allah. They could appear as reverence, attachment, hope, or inherited custom. For Ibn Abdul-Wahhab, however, devotional familiarity did not neutralize theological danger. It could conceal it. His reforming eye looked at acts rather than inherited emotional explanations. If supplication was directed toward a dead person, if a vow was made in relation to a saintly figure, if sacrifice or reliance attached itself to a created being, then the act required judgment. The claim was severe in its implications. The sincerity of participants did not automatically rescue the practice from scrutiny, and the age of a custom did not supply proof of its legitimacy. This was how preaching began to become destabilizing. It asked communities to separate intention from form, memory from evidence, affection from worship, and local reverence from divine right. It placed inherited acts under legal and theological categories that many people had never applied to them. A visit to a grave could no longer remain simply a visit if it involved requests that the reformer judged to belong to Allah alone. A cherished shrine could no longer remain only a marker of local sanctity if it became, in his argument, a site where worship had been misdirected. The social cost appeared quickly because religious practices in Najd did not stand alone. They were embedded in networks of authority. A local jurist who tolerated a custom carried his own reputation into its defense. A tribal notable who protected a shrine protected more than stone or earth. He protected lineage memory and local prestige. A ruler who allowed public criticism of familiar practices risked unrest among households whose loyalty he needed. Existing religious intermediaries, whether custodians, reciters, teachers, or families associated with sites of blessing, could sense that their position was being reclassified. Reform movements do not only attack practices, they reorder authority. The early preaching, therefore, altered the moral weather of the settlements through which it moved. A practice previously treated as part of the region's inherited religious texture now demanded explanation. A scholar who remained silent might be suspected of compromise. A ruler who restrained the reformer might be accused by supporters of protecting corruption. A family that continued its devotional habits could feel itself judged not from outside Islam, but from within an argument claiming to defend Islam at its root. The force of the movement came from this inward pressure. It did not denounce the community as foreign. It accused the community of forgetting the meaning of its own worship. His supporters heard in this preaching the sound of necessary recovery. To them, the region's religious life had grown burdened by accretions that earlier generations might have tolerated out of ignorance, weakness, or misplaced tenderness. They saw the call to Tawheed as a return to the first principle of Islam, worship directed exclusively to Allah. Compromise, in this view, was not prudence. It was betrayal. If people softened the boundaries of worship in order to preserve social peace, then peace itself had become a cover for religious decay. His critics heard something different. They heard a scholar pressing categories too harshly upon ordinary Muslims, extending suspicion into practices that required nuance, and threatening to fracture communities through premature judgment. Some rejected his interpretation of the acts themselves. Others objected to his methods, fearing that even correct principles could become destructive when applied without sufficient restraint. Still, others perceived political danger before the movement acquired stable political power. A preacher able to delegitimize local religious habits could indirectly delegitimize the rulers, scholars, and families who had permitted them. The first stage of conflict must be understood in that ambiguity. Resistance was not simply ignorance defending superstition, and reform was not automatically coercive from its first utterance. The early dispute involved competing fears. One side feared that worship had drifted into compromised forms while people still spoke the language of Islam. The other feared that a severe corrective would dissolve the protected bonds of the Muslim community and open a path toward denunciation, violence, and rebellion. Both fears belong to the historical record because both shaped later action. As Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's teaching sharpened, his legal arguments became more public. He drew from the Quran, prophetic reports, and earlier scholars to distinguish between acknowledging Allah as creator and directing worship to Him alone. This distinction gave his preaching a force that ordinary moral exhortation did not possess. People could not answer him merely by saying they believed in Allah. The question became what their practices expressed. A community's words and a community's acts were placed in judgment against one another. The argument's power lay in its ability to reinterpret familiar behavior. Supplication near a grave was no longer evaluated only by the emotional intention claimed by the visitor. It was measured by whether it resembled a request for help from one who could not possess independent power. Vows became suspect when tied to created beings. Seeking intercession became dangerous when it moved from asking Allah by virtue of the righteous to calling upon the dead themselves. Each distinction mattered, but in public life distinctions often lose delicacy. People heard condemnation before they understood qualification. The movement's later writings would repeatedly attempt to clarify boundaries, especially around takfir. Statements preserved in Najdi collections emphasize that proof must be established and that not every sin expels a person from Islam. Such qualifications mattered. They show that the movement was aware of the explosive implications of its own categories. But in the early preaching environment, the practical effect of denunciation could still be polarizing. Once a custom was publicly named as a violation of Tawheed, those attached to it had to defend, abandon, reinterpret, or resist. Public teaching became an instrument of social rearrangement. Students who accepted the reformers' categories carried them into households, mosques, and disputes. A young man trained to view certain shrine practices as illegitimate would see his elders differently. A family that had long associated piety with a local grave might suddenly face correction from those it considered junior in age or status. This generational disturbance often accompanies reform, though it rarely appears in formal doctrinal summaries. The dispute entered kitchens, courtyards, market paths, and burial grounds before it entered chronicles. Local rulers watched such developments with caution. Their authority depended on balancing factions rather than imposing ideological unity. A ruler might appreciate a preacher who promised moral discipline and religious prestige, but he also had to consider rival families, neighboring chiefs, tribal allies, trade relationships, and the possibility of retaliation from stronger powers. Supporting reform could elevate a ruler's legitimacy among adherents, yet it could also make his settlement a target. The preacher's certainty entered a world governed by calculation. The tension between Ibn Abdul-Wahhab and political patrons therefore emerged early. He needed protection to preach against practices tied to local authority. Patrons needed his religious prestige without necessarily wanting all the consequences of his program. This imbalance produced the first pattern of alliance and breakdown. A ruler could welcome the scholar as a source of reform, then recoil when reform threatened external relations or internal stability. The scholar could accept protection, then judge hesitation as weakness before error. The episode at Dirʿiyyah became the clearest early example of this pattern. There, under the patronage of Uthman ibn Muammar, Ibn Abdul-Wahhab found space to preach with greater visibility. Later Najdi accounts present this phase as one in which reform began taking public form through actions against practices and sites associated with prohibited devotion. Among the most cited episodes is the destruction of a structure connected in local memory to Zayd ibn al-Khattab, a companion from the first generation of Islam. Whether later narrations shaped the scene with legitimating emphasis, the episode endured because it captured the movement's central action. Memory itself was being judged by a stricter theology of worship. The destruction of a shrine carried meaning far beyond the removal of a structure. It declared that local reverence could not preserve a site if the practices attached to it were judged illegitimate. It placed reform above inherited attachment. To supporters, this was proof that the preacher would not stop at words, while practices violating Tawheed remained visible. To opponents, it confirmed that his method threatened communal history and could provoke unrest under the banner of correction. The same act became evidence for opposite narratives. Other reported actions from this period, including legal punishments presented by supporters as enforcement of Islamic law, increased the visibility of the movement's public ambitions. The point was not merely to teach right belief, but to reshape behavior in a community. Once reform touched public space, burial sites, sanctions, and visible symbols of authority, it could no longer be contained within scholarly debate. The ruler who protected such actions became implicated. The settlement became implicated. Neighboring powers noticed. External pressure soon followed. The chiefs of Banu Khalid in al-Ahsa possessed regional influence that local Najdi rulers could not ignore. Their ability to threaten Dirʿiyyah changed the balance. Uthman ibn Muammar faced a decision familiar to rulers in fragmented political environments: maintain protection for a controversial scholar and risk retaliation, or withdraw support and preserve his own position. The outcome was expulsion. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab left Dirʿiyyah not because his ideas had disappeared, but because the political shelter around them had failed. That expulsion marked more than personal displacement. It revealed the structural limit of preaching without durable power. A reform program that challenged familiar customs and local authorities could not depend on temporary patronage alone. If protection could be revoked under pressure, reform remained vulnerable to the calculations of stronger powers. The lesson was severe and practical. Ideas might persuade individuals, but changing public religious behavior required protection capable of withstanding retaliation. The breakdown at Uyeyna also deepened polarization. Supporters could interpret the expulsion as proof that worldly rulers feared the truth when it endangered their alliances. Critics could interpret it as evidence that the preacher had become socially disruptive enough to threaten public order. Both interpretations hardened the field. The reformers' movement increasingly lived inside a logic of confrontation. Opposition confirmed the need for firmness, while firmness confirmed the fears of opponents. Scholarly resistance grew alongside political resistance. Among the most important later signs of this resistance was the refutation associated with his brother Sulaiman ibn Abdul-Wahhab. The significance of that opposition cannot be overstated. It shows that the dispute was not simply between learned reform and unlearned custom. It ran through the same familial and scholarly environment that had shaped the reformer himself. Within a Hanbali Najdi house, two brothers came to represent competing anxieties about preservation and excess. Suleiman's critique, known through later circulation as a direct response to the movement, challenged the implications of his brother's approach, especially regarding the treatment of Muslims who practiced contested forms of devotion. Its existence demonstrates that learned opposition understood the movement from the inside. The critics knew the language of law and creed. They were not merely defending social habit. They feared that the reformers' categories would place too many Muslims under suspicion and transform doctrinal correction into communal rupture. This intimate scholarly fracture gave the controversy its most revealing human shape. Families in learned societies often carry intellectual inheritance as collective property. A son or brother who departs sharply from accepted boundaries does not only argue against ideas, he challenges the household's accumulated authority. For Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, the resistance of scholars close to his own environment would have exposed the depth of opposition his program provoked. For later historians, it confirms that the conflict cannot be reduced to outsiders misunderstanding him. Opposition from ordinary believers had a different texture. A jurist might object through legal reasoning, a ruler through political calculation, a shrine custodian through threatened authority. A family might resist because the reformers' language appeared to condemn the dead whom they honored and the living who had taught them. Reform that enters burial culture often encounters grief as resistance. A grave is not an abstraction. It is where loss settles into place. When practices around such places are condemned, people may hear not a correction of ritual form, but an accusation against generations. The preacher's challenge to saint veneration also disturbed local economies of reverence. Even where no large economic system existed, religious sites could generate flows of visitors, gifts, status, and influence. Families associated with respected graves might possess symbolic authority within a settlement. Teachers who explained permissible forms of visitation might occupy mediating roles. Reform threatened these arrangements by denying that such intermediaries had legitimate standing if their authority depended on practices judged religiously corrupt. The attack on devotional practice therefore became an attack on social organization. Tribal leaders, too, had reasons for caution. Their authority often depended on maintaining cohesion among groups with different habits and attachments. A reformer who divided households over inherited practice could weaken the delicate peace required for collective defense. At the same time, the reformer's message could offer tribal leaders a new legitimacy if they embraced it. This double possibility made the movement politically attractive and dangerous at once. A leader could gain moral prestige by supporting purification, but he could also inherit the conflicts purification provoked. Theological concepts became lived forces in this environment. Tawhid was not only a doctrine to be affirmed. It became a measure by which places, practices, and loyalties were judged. Innovation was not merely an error in classification. It became a social accusation capable of lowering the prestige of scholars and families. Obedience was not merely political submission. It became tied to whether a ruler protected reform or shielded condemned practice. Error was not merely mistaken belief. It could become the seed of public disorder. This transformation altered the relation between speech and power. A sermon could shift allegiance. A ruling could expose a ruler's hesitation. A doctrinal claim could make old practices newly intolerable. Once people accepted the reformer's categories, neutrality became difficult. A person who continued to visit a shrine in the old way appeared no longer simply traditional, but resistant to correction. A scholar who defended nuance appeared to supporters as obscuring Tawhid. A ruler who delayed action appeared to be weighing political safety against divine obligation. For critics, this was precisely the danger. They saw language that compressed complex religious and social realities into stark categories, and thereby made coexistence harder. They worried that communities would lose the ability to distinguish between correcting an act and condemning a person, between forbidding excess and declaring whole populations deviant, between reforming worship and breaking the unity of Muslims. Their fear was not imaginary. Later controversies over takfir and warfare show how central those anxieties became. For supporters, however, the critics, caution could appear as the very mechanism by which corruption survived. Excessive concern for social peace might leave illegitimate practices untouched. Deference to inherited scholars might allow error to remain honorable. Respect for family memory might prevent the removal of acts that compromised worship. In their view, the movement was not creating conflict from nothing. It was exposing a conflict that already existed between divine command and human custom. This opposition between exposure and disruption lay at the heart of the early fractures. Reformers often believe that they reveal hidden disorder. Opponents often experience the revelation itself as disorder. In Najd, where settlements were small and networks dense, the difference between the two perceptions could become unbearable. A doctrine taught in one mosque might produce suspicion in several households by evening. A public condemnation might alter how neighbors looked at one another during prayer, trade, or burial. The reformer's legal reasoning intensified because it was not content with moral mood. He did not simply say that some customs were excessive or spiritually unhealthy. He sought to classify them within a framework of worship, innovation, and association with others beside Allah. Classification gave the movement discipline. It also gave it reach. Once a practice was assigned to a category, the response followed. The argument could then be taught elsewhere with similar force. This reproducibility mattered in a region of dispersed settlements. A charismatic preacher might influence one town temporarily, but a portable doctrine could outlive his immediate presence. The same categories could be repeated by students, written in letters taught to children, and used by supporters in debates with opponents. The early emergence of concise teaching texts and polemical arguments belongs to this need for portability. Reform required a language that could travel faster than the scholar himself. The public character of the movement increased as correspondence and disputation expanded. Letters became tools of explanation, persuasion, and defense. They allowed the reformer and his supporters to reach rulers, scholars, and communities beyond immediate preaching circles. They also preserved the movement's awareness of accusation. The repeated need to deny indiscriminate takfir or unlawful aggression suggests that opposition had already fixed upon these points. A movement repeatedly accused of excess had to make self-limitation part of its public record, even while maintaining severe judgments against practices it condemned. The balance was difficult to sustain. If the movement softened too much, its supporters might regard it as surrendering clarity. If it maintained severity, critics would continue to see danger. The reformers' language therefore developed under pressure from both sides. It had to be sharp enough to condemn practices decisively and careful enough to defend itself against the charge that it condemned all Muslims indiscriminately. This tension would never fully disappear. Public fracture also changed the reformers' own position. A scholar who teaches within a recognized family network remains one authority among others. A preacher expelled for his message becomes a symbol of conflict. His person begins to carry meanings beyond his words. Supporters see endurance. Opponents see stubbornness. Patrons see risk. Students see a test of loyalty. The movement gathers identity not only from doctrine, but from the experience of being resisted. The experience of resistance can harden a reform movement because opposition confirms its interpretation of the world. If the central fear is that communities have drifted into dangerous compromise, then resistance to correction may appear as proof of the depth of the drift. If rulers withdraw support under pressure, their caution may appear as evidence that political interest has overruled religious duty. If scholars refute the movement, their refutations may be read as learned concealment rather than sincere disagreement. This does not mean the reformers' perceptions were irrational. It means conflict provided them with reinforcement. At the same time, critics were also being reinforced by events. Every public denunciation, every challenge to a familiar practice, every action against a shrine, every patronal breakdown seemed to confirm that the movement carried social consequences beyond scholarship. The more reformers insisted that worship required decisive correction, the more opponents feared that communal boundaries were being redrawn too aggressively. The conflict became self-deepening because each side's fear found evidence in the other side's response. The question of local authority remained central. In Najd, legitimacy was plural and layered. A ruler controlled force within limits. A scholar controlled interpretation within limits. Tribal leaders controlled loyalty within limits. Families controlled memory within limits. Religious sites controlled reverence within limits. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's reform pressed against all of these at once because it asked whether any inherited authority could stand if attached to practices judged contrary to exclusive worship of Allah. This was why the movement could not remain small even when its geography was still narrow. Its logic was expansive. The social fabric resisted not because it was inert, but because it had its own forms of coherence. Burial practices linked generations. Shrines marked sacred geography. Local scholars mediated between inherited devotion and legal norms. Rulers balanced piety with security. Tribal leaders preserved cohesion through custom and negotiated honor. Reform threatened these arrangements by introducing a standard that did not ask first what a practice meant socially, but whether it could be justified before foundational sources. That standard gave the movement moral seriousness. It also gave it disruptive force. A society can tolerate criticism more easily when criticism remains advisory. It becomes harder when criticism declares the familiar illegitimate and demands public alteration. In the early preaching period, Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab moved steadily across this threshold. His arguments did not remain confined to private learning. They pressed outward into visible conduct, public symbols, and the authority of those who had permitted them. Rihanna's inability to protect him demonstrated the political cost of that outward pressure. Expulsion did not silence the movement, but it made plain that temporary shelter was insufficient. A reform capable of disturbing shrine culture, scholarly networks, and regional powers needed an alliance stronger than personal patronage. The next phase would not merely involve a preacher finding refuge. It would involve a new arrangement in which religious certainty and political ambition strengthened one another more permanently than before. By the time he moved toward Dirʿiyyah, reform had already passed through its first public trial. It had named familiar customs as dangers, forced local authorities into decisions, divided scholars, threatened devotional economies, and revealed the fragility of patrons who could not withstand external pressure. The preaching project had become more than instruction. It had become a confrontation with the social fabric itself. 5. Exile, alliance, and expansion. The road from Uyeyna to Dirʿiyyah was not long in distance, but historically it separated two lives. Before that movement, Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab remained a controversial preacher, dependent on local protection that could be withdrawn when pressure became too great. After it, his doctrine would be sheltered by a ruler prepared to attach religious reform to political expansion. The change was not merely personal refuge. It altered the scale of the argument. A set of claims about worship, innovation, and purification began to acquire territorial force. The expulsion from Uyeyna exposed the weakness at the center of his early reform. A preacher could persuade, admonish, and write, but he could not secure obedience across a region where authority depended on armed protection, tribal loyalty, and the calculations of local rulers. Under Uthman ibn Muhammad, Ibn Abdul-Wahhab had found temporary support. That support allowed the reform to move from speech into action, including public attacks on practices and structures associated with shrine devotion. Yet once Banu Khalid applied pressure from Al-Aqsa, the local patron withdrew. The scholar's clarity had outrun the ruler's ability or willingness to bear its political cost. This was the rupture, not a private crisis recorded in intimate confession, but a structural crisis made visible through displacement. Reform had confronted familiar customs and discovered that familiar customs had defenders. It had challenged devotional authority and discovered that devotional authority was tied to political order. It had appealed to doctrine and discovered that doctrine without protection could be expelled. The lesson was not abstract. In Najd, a movement that touched public religion had to survive the world of chiefs, settlements, retaliation, and military threat. The before self can be seen with unusual clarity at this point. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab was learned, forceful, and already polarizing, but still vulnerable. He depended on the courage or convenience of patrons. His program could be halted locally by a ruler afraid of stronger neighbors. His claims had begun to divide scholars and households, yet they had not acquired the stable machinery needed to govern territory. The reformer could name what he believed to be corruption, but he could not yet ensure that correction would endure after resistance hardened. Dirʿiyyah offered what Uyeyna could not sustain. It was not a great city, it was not a center of imperial administration, or a famous scholarly capital. It was a Najdi settlement ruled by Muhammad ibn Saud, positioned within the politics of Wadi Hanifa and accustomed to the precarious realities of local power. Yet precisely because it was embedded in that world, it possessed what the reformer needed: a ruler seeking consolidation, a military base, and a political household capable of turning religious allegiance into organized expansion. The alliance between Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab and Muhammad ibn Saud has often been retold in forms shaped by later loyalty or later hostility. Supportive chronicles present it as a moment of renewal, a meeting through which Allah restored correct worship to a region clouded by error. Opponents remember it as the beginning of a movement that turned severe doctrine into force. A careful narrative must move between those accounts without becoming captive to either. What can be stated with confidence is that the two men entered a compact of mutual benefit. The scholar offered religious legitimacy and a program of reform. The ruler offered protection, military power, and a political structure through which reform could be implemented. Later accounts describe oaths and commitments binding the two houses. They also preserve the practical character of the arrangement. Ibn Saud would protect the preacher and support the mission. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab would recognize the ruler's authority and supply religious justification for an expanding order. Marriage alliances later strengthened the bond between the families, turning cooperation into kinship. Patronage, teaching, force, and household continuity began to align. A movement that had previously depended on unstable local favor now entered a framework designed to outlast immediate circumstances. The alliance should not be reduced to cynicism. Muhammad ibn Saud was not merely borrowing religious language for conquest, and Ibn Abdul-Wahhab was not merely using power for ambition. Each man stood within a world where religion and rule had never been entirely separate. Rulers required legitimacy, scholars required protection, communities required order. The distinctiveness of Dirʿiyyah lay in the sharpness of the Reform doctrine and the durability of the political structure that adopted it. The compact made purification enforceable and expansion meaningful. Output Pillar 4 begins here, the Reformed State Alliance as enforcement mechanism. The historical pressure was the inability of Reform preaching to survive without protection. The internal shift was the recognition, visible through the course of events, that religious purification required political enforcement if it was to reshape public life. The central claim became plain in practice. Governance must actively uphold correct belief and suppress practices viewed as illegitimate. The concrete anchor was the Dirʿiyyah alliance and the campaigns that followed. Its measurable impact was the emergence of the first Saudi state and the enduring fusion of Reform doctrine with political authority. The alliance changed the meaning of preaching. Sermons no longer floated in the uncertain space between persuasion and rejection. They could now be followed by demands of loyalty, enforcement, and territorial submission. A settlement that accepted the Reformed did not merely accept a set of theological claims. It entered a political order. A settlement that rejected it was not merely disagreeing with a scholar. It could become a rival within a growing field of religiously framed sovereignty. This transformation did not occur in a single instant. It accumulated through campaigns, negotiations, letters, pledges, punishments, and shifting loyalties. Najdi chronicles such as the work of Ibn Bishr later recorded the expansion in annalistic form, tying military movement to the language of reform and divine obligation. Such chronicles must be read with awareness of their perspective, for they preserve not only events but the moral vocabulary through which supporters interpreted them. Even so, their testimony reveals how quickly the movement became organized around territorial action. The first campaigns did not simply spread doctrine across an empty map. They entered an existing landscape of rival settlements, tribal alliances, local rulers, and inherited religious habits. Some communities resisted because they opposed the theology. Others resisted because submission to Dirʿiyyah threatened political independence. Some may have accepted the reform from conviction, others from fear, and others because alliance with the rising power offered security. Motives were mixed, as they are in most state formation. The language of Tawhid framed expansion, but the realities of tribute, loyalty, security, and rivalry shaped its movement. For Ibn Abdul-Wahhab, opposition did not appear to weaken conviction. It strengthened the sense that reform required firmness. The pattern had already been established before Dirʿiyyah. When familiar customs resisted correction, resistance became evidence of the depth of religious drift. After the alliance, that interpretation gained institutional support. Opposition could now be treated not only as disagreement, but as resistance to a lawful order claiming to defend true worship. This did not erase the need for teaching, but it changed the atmosphere in which teaching occurred. The after-self differed sharply from the before-self. The preacher who had been expelled under pressure now spoke from within a protected political center. His writings and rulings could be carried by students, judges, envoys, and armed men. His doctrine became part of the language by which loyalty was demanded and rebellion condemned. The reformers still did not personally rule as emir, but his authority entered the structure of rule. The distinction between scholar and ruler remained, yet their functions now reinforced each other in public life. This distinction was crucial to the alliance's endurance. Muhammad ibn Saud commanded men, negotiated alliances, organized campaigns, and governed territory. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab supplied the religious grammar through which those actions could be narrated as reform rather than ordinary conquest. Neither role absorbed the other completely. The political house and scholarly house remained separate enough to preserve their respective authority, but joined closely enough to produce a new model of governance. In the early phase, the alliance also required careful management of material expectations. Later reports sometimes describe Ibn Saud expressing concern about revenue or tribute that might be lost if practices changed or if conquest altered existing arrangements. Whether details are preserved with perfect accuracy or shaped by later memory, they point to a real issue. Reform was not economically neutral. It could disrupt devotional economies, tribute structures, and local sources of legitimacy. A ruler supporting it needed assurance that the new order would not weaken his position. The scholar's answer, as remembered in supportive tradition, placed trust in the gains that would come through the mission. The deeper historical point is not the exact wording of any exchange, which cannot be reconstructed as private dialogue with certainty. It is that the alliance had to reconcile purification with governance. A ruler needed resources. A reformer needed enforcement. The compact endured because expansion could supply both religious legitimacy for rule and political materiality for reform. Violence entered this structure not as an accidental later addition, but as part of the alliance's practical environment. Najd already knew raiding, retaliation, and armed rivalry. The Reform State alliance gave conflict a sharper moral vocabulary. Campaigns could be presented as efforts to bring settlements into correct worship and obedience. Opponents, in turn, could describe the same campaigns as aggression, rebellion, or illegitimate excommunication of Muslims. The historical record preserves both the internal justifications and the hostile counter-memory. A restrained account must acknowledge the conflict without theatrical inflation. The campaigns associated with early Saudi Wahhabi expansion involved coercion, battle, demands for submission, and the destruction of sites associated with practices the movement condemned. They also unfolded within a region where political consolidation had often involved force. What changed was the integration of that force with a doctrine of purification. Warfare was no longer narrated only through rivalry, tribute, or vengeance. It was given a religious grammar that deepened both commitment and opposition. Shrine destruction became one of the most visible markers of the new order. A shrine could stand for memory, blessing, lineage, local prestige, or a pattern of devotional life. To remove it was to announce that no inherited attachment could override the Reform's understanding of exclusive worship. The act was physical, but its meaning was doctrinal. Supporters saw purification made visible. Opponents saw sacrilege against communal memory and violence against accepted piety. The same dust rising from broken structures entered two different historical imaginations. The campaigns also made loyalty a religious question. A town's submission involved more than political recognition of Dirʿiyyah's authority. It implied acceptance or at least outward compliance with the reform program. Practices judged illegitimate were to be abandoned. Public teaching was to be aligned with the movement's doctrine. Scholars and judges associated with the new order gained authority. Older forms of mediation lost standing where they conflicted with reform. Territorial expansion therefore meant religious reorganization. This process produced new forms of resistance. Local rulers feared the loss of autonomy. Scholars feared the reduction of complex legal and devotional questions into rigid categories. Tribal leaders feared disruption of alliances and customs that maintained cohesion. Ordinary believers could resent the condemnation of practices tied to family and grief. Existing religious intermediaries saw their authority challenged. The movement's rise forced each group to decide not only what it believed, but how much risk it would accept in defending its existing world. The alliance intensified conviction because it gave success a sacred interpretation. Victories could be read as signs that the mission was supported. Expansion seemed to confirm that a formerly vulnerable preacher had found the necessary vehicle for reform. Opposition from established authorities could be interpreted as resistance from those invested in corruption or compromise. This did not mean the movement lacked internal discipline or legal argument. It means that political success became part of the movement's moral environment. The danger of success was that it reduced the space for hesitation. A preacher without power may be forced to answer objections patiently because persuasion is his principal instrument. A movement backed by expanding authority can still argue, but it can also command. That shift alters the psychological life of doctrine. Categories sharpen when institutions depend on them. Boundaries harden when territory must be governed. The reform that once fought for survival now had to manage submission, dissent, and the uneven religious condition of newly aligned populations. The issue of takfir became increasingly sensitive in this setting. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab and later Najdi scholars preserved statements distinguishing between condemning acts and declaring specific persons outside Islam, especially emphasizing the establishment of proof. These qualifications were not minor. They were necessary safeguards within a doctrine that condemned certain practices as forms of association with others beside Allah. Yet critics continued to fear that, in practice, the movement's categories would be applied too broadly, especially once backed by political and military power. The gap between doctrinal qualification and public consequence widened as the movement expanded. A scholar might explain that proof must be established before specific judgment. A commander or local adherent might treat visible practices as sufficient evidence of rebellion against reform. A community might hear only that its inherited devotional life had been condemned. In conditions of conflict, nuance travels poorly. This problem would remain one of the enduring tensions in the movement's history. Letters became essential tools for managing that tension. The movement had to justify itself beyond the immediate reach of Dirʿiyyah. Correspondence to rulers, scholars, and authorities sought recognition, rebutted accusations, and presented the reform as a return to foundational Islam rather than a sectarian innovation. Such letters formed an archive of explanation under pressure. They show that the alliance knew it was being watched, challenged, and misunderstood, or at least represented by enemies in ways it considered false. The need for justification reveals something important about power. The alliance made the movement stronger, but not more secure in reputation. Expansion amplified scrutiny. The more territory Dirījah influenced, the more opponents described the movement in threatening terms. A local preacher could be dismissed as severe or eccentric. A preacher backed by campaigns and rulers became a regional danger. The movement's own defensiveness grew in proportion to its success. Muhammad ibn Saud's role in this process must be kept distinct from that of the scholar. He was not simply a passive patron. He was a political actor whose household would become the center of a new state. His support gave the reform movement military continuity. Campaigns under his leadership, and that of his successors, gradually extended influence over surrounding towns and tribes. By the time of his death in the 1760s, much of central Najd had been drawn into the orbit of the new order, though resistance and consolidation remained ongoing. After Muhammad ibn Saud, his son Abdulaziz continued the alliance with Ibn Abdul-Wahhab and carried expansion further. This continuity mattered because it showed that the pact was no longer dependent only on the personal understanding of its founders. It had begun to become institutional. The ruler's house and the scholar's house could transmit their roles across generations. The reform was not merely protected by a ruler, it was entering dynastic memory. The movement's territorial growth changed Dirījah itself. The settlement became not only a place of refuge, but a center from which doctrine, authority, and campaigns radiated outward. Students, envoys, fighters, petitioners, and local leaders moved through its spaces. Its courtyards and mosques carried the pressures of decision. A question asked there might affect a settlement elsewhere. A pledge received there might alter the balance of power across Wadi Hanifa. The geography of reform had acquired a center. Still, consolidation remained uneven. Not every submission implied deep conviction. Not every opponent resisted from identical motives. Political history becomes distorted when it treats communities as if they acted with one mind. Some accepted the new order because they believed the reformers' doctrine. Some entered alliance because Dirʿiyyah offered protection against rivals. Some calculated that resistance would be too costly. Some resisted until defeated, then outwardly complied while preserving memory of loss. State formation always contains layers of consent, pressure, and adaptation. The alliance's genius, historically speaking, lay in its ability to translate those varied motives into a unified vocabulary. Whether a town submitted from conviction or necessity, the submission could be narrated as entry into reform. Whether a campaign served strategic expansion or religious correction, it could be described through the language of upholding Tawheed. This did not make the language false to those who believed it. It made it powerful enough to organize complex realities under a single frame. Opposition literature developed in response to precisely that power. Critics attacked not only particular rulings, but the movement's claim to represent true Islam against other Muslims. Accusations of extremism, innovation, and resemblance to earlier sectarian rebels intensified because the stakes had changed. A theological disagreement backed by a state was no longer one interpretation among many. It had the capacity to judge, tax, punish, destroy, appoint, and govern. The charge of dangerous extremism cannot be dismissed as mere slander, because it reflected real fears produced by the movement's methods and expansion. At the same time, it cannot be accepted uncritically as a neutral description, because opponents wrote within polemical contexts shaped by conflict. The historian must hold the documents apart without flattening them. Najdi supporters described a mission restoring pure worship and lawful order. Opponents described a movement fracturing Muslim unity and misusing takfir. Both archives emerged from the same expanding reality. The Reform State Alliance also reshaped legal authority. Judges aligned with the movement could enforce interpretations consistent with its doctrine. Local practices previously regulated by custom came under sharper scrutiny. Public morality became more closely tied to the authority of the emerging state. The distinction between advice and enforcement narrowed. This was not merely the spread of a book or a sermon. It was the installation of a religious legal order backed by coercive capacity. Education followed expansion. Short doctrinal texts suited the needs of a growing polity. Kitab al-Tawheed, al-Usul al-Thalatha, and other concise writings could be taught across communities entering the new order. Their structure allowed standardization. They did not require vast scholarly libraries to communicate the movement's central claims. In an expanding state, portability was institutional strength. A doctrine that could be memorized, repeated, and applied could hold territory more effectively than a doctrine dependent on elite debate alone. This educational dimension complicates the image of the movement as merely military. Its expansion rested on teaching as well as force. Force opened or secured space. Teaching filled it with categories. The political order needed subjects who understood why certain practices were forbidden, why obedience mattered, and why the movement saw itself as restoring rather than innovating. Without instruction, enforcement could remain external. With instruction, reform could enter conscience and habit. Yet, teaching under conditions of power differs from teaching under conditions of vulnerability. A student learning doctrine in Dirʿiyyah learned within a victorious environment. A community receiving instruction after submission heard it within the memory of pressure. The same text could sound like clarification to one listener and domination to another. The movement's later endurance depended partly on its ability to transform enforced compliance into internalized conviction across generations. The question of obedience became increasingly important as the alliance expanded. Obedience to the ruler was framed within the reform's moral order, while the ruler's legitimacy rested partly on his support for reform. This reciprocal structure produced stability but also tension. If the ruler protected correct worship, obedience strengthened religion. If political calculation appeared to compromise reform, scholars could become uneasy. If scholars pressed too hard, rulers had to manage practical consequences. The alliance did not abolish tension between religious and political authority. It organized it. Marriage alliances helped deepen this organization by binding households that might otherwise have remained merely cooperative. Kinship turned political theology into family continuity. Over time, the descendants of Ibn Abdul-Wahhab, known as the al-Sheikh, would occupy enduring roles within religious authority, while the descendants of Muhammad ibn Saud carried political rule. This later structure was not fully formed at the beginning, but its roots lay in the early compact. The alliance created a division of labor that could be inherited. The movement's expansion also changed how neighboring powers viewed Dirʿiyyah. A controversial preacher under a minor patron could be contained or expelled. A reform movement joined to an expanding emirate could not be ignored in the same way. Regional chiefs, rival Najdi towns, and eventually broader Ottoman-linked authorities had to consider the possibility that Dirījah represented not merely a local disturbance, but a new power formation. The religious language of the movement made that power more alarming to some observers because it claimed legitimacy beyond ordinary political rivalry. The relationship with the wider Ottoman order was initially indirect, but its implications grew steadily. Najd's interior remained distant from imperial administrative density, yet the Ottoman world claimed guardianship over a broad Sunni order, in which pilgrimage, holy cities, and recognized authority carried immense symbolic weight. A movement that condemned widespread devotional practices and expanded through armed campaigns could eventually appear as a challenge to that order, even before direct confrontation became unavoidable. The seeds of later hostility were present in the movement's early success. Within Najd, however, the alliance remained focused on nearby consolidation. Riyadh and other settlements became central to the regional struggle. Resistance could endure for years because local powers did not collapse simply before doctrine. Political rivalries, kinship obligations, and strategic calculations shaped the pace of expansion. The new order had to fight, negotiate, absorb, and discipline. It grew through repeated pressure, not through a single overwhelming victory. This gradual process mattered psychologically for the movement. Endurance against resistance reinforced a sense of mission. Each campaign, each submission, each refusal by opponents, each accusation from scholars or rulers became part of a long test. The reformers' earlier fear of drift now operated within a state-forming environment where compromise was constantly tempting and constantly suspect. Holding the doctrine steady amid expansion became itself a form of preservation. The vulnerability of the before self did not disappear entirely. It was transformed. The movement was no longer vulnerable to immediate expulsion by one cautious patron, but it became vulnerable to larger forms of resistance, coalitions of rival towns, regional powers, scholarly denunciations, and eventually imperial hostility. Power raised the scale of danger. The alliance solved one problem and created another. Reform could now survive local pressure, but it had become consequential enough to provoke stronger enemies. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's role in later campaigns appears in the sources primarily through religious direction, correspondence, teaching, and legitimacy rather than battlefield command. This distinction is important. The political military work belonged to the Saudi rulers and their forces. The scholar's power lay in defining the religious meaning of the struggle, authorizing the framework, educating supporters, and defending the movement against accusation. His influence was therefore less visible than military leadership, but more durable in institutional terms. A sword can win submission, but a doctrine can teach later generations why that submission mattered. The alliance fused the two without making them identical. This was its historical strength. Military success without religious doctrine might have produced another Najdi emirate of limited memory. Doctrine without military protection might have remained one contested reform current among many. Together, they created a state whose legitimacy depended on the enforcement of a theological program. The social consequences were immediate and long-term. Communities entering the new order had to adjust devotional behavior. Religious sites associated with condemned practices could be removed. Teachers and judges aligned with the reform gained authority. Public language shifted toward sharper distinctions between correct worship and illegitimate mediation. The movement gave ordinary acts heightened moral significance. Visiting, invoking, vowing, sacrificing, obeying, resisting, and teaching all acquired political religious weight. At times, the distinction between reform and domination would have been difficult for affected communities to perceive. A supporter might see the removal of a shrine as liberation from error. A local family might see it as humiliation. A ruler might see submission to Dirʿiyyah as prudent alliance. A scholar might see it as surrender to a dangerous interpretation. Historical narration must leave room for these simultaneous experiences. The alliance did not move across a blank moral field. It moved through communities already attached to their own memories of piety and order. The movement's own archive preserves attempts to control how its actions were understood. In defensive formulations attributed to Ibn Abdul-Wahhab, fighting was described as reactive, undertaken in defense of life and honor against those who attacked or refused legitimate correction. Such statements reveal a desire to present force as constrained rather than indiscriminate. Opponents, however, often rejected this framing, arguing that the movement's doctrine itself created the conditions for aggression against fellow Muslims. The disagreement was not simply over events, but over the moral grammar used to interpret them. This moral grammar would shape the movement's reputation for centuries. To supporters, the alliance demonstrated that true reform requires the courage to govern according to conviction. To opponents, it demonstrated the danger of attaching narrow doctrinal certainty to military power. Later historians have had to disentangle both claims from polemic while recognizing that neither emerged from nothing. The alliance genuinely created order and expansion. It also generated coercion, resistance, and enduring controversy. The first Saudi state, emerging from this compact, should therefore be understood as a political formation built around religious reclassification. It did not merely conquer land. It sought to reorder the meanings attached to land. A shrine was no longer simply local memory. It became a test of worship. A ruler was no longer merely a local chief. He became a protector of reform. A scholar was no longer merely a teacher. He became a source of state legitimacy. A town was no longer merely allied or hostile. It could be positioned inside or outside a moral order. Such reclassification changed the stakes of ordinary allegiance. In older patterns of Najdi politics, a settlement might shift loyalty for reasons of survival, tribute, kinship, or rivalry. Under the Reform State Alliance, political allegiance increasingly carried doctrinal significance. Submission to the new order involved acceptance of its religious claims, at least outwardly. Refusal could be framed as resistance to purification, rather than merely political independence. This made expansion more intense because it fused practical obedience with ultimate meaning. The alliance also created a new kind of memory. Supporters remembered Dirījah as the place where vulnerable truth found protection. Opponents remembered it as the place where contested doctrine found a sword. These memories hardened as later events unfolded, especially after the first Saudi state expanded beyond Najd and entered conflicts that drew the attention of the Ottoman world. The founder's lifetime ended before some of the most globally remembered events associated with the movement, but the structure that made them possible was already in place. It is important to distinguish the founder's period from later developments without separating them completely. Ibn Abd al-Wahhab died in 1792, while the first Saudi Wahhabi emirate continued until its destruction in the early 19th century. Later confrontations with Ottoman Egyptian forces, later revivals, and modern state formation occurred after his lifetime, or beyond his direct control. Yet they drew legitimacy from the alliance he helped create. His significance lies not in personally directing every later act, but in helping form the religious political architecture through which later acts could be understood. By the later decades of his life, the movement had become more systematized. The reforms categories were taught, defended, and institutionalized. The Saudi rulers continued expansion. The scholars' descendants and students helped preserve the doctrine. The alliance had outgrown the vulnerabilities of one expelled preacher. It had become a model of governance in which political authority was obligated to defend a defined understanding of worship and suppress practices classified as illegitimate. The before and after remained visible in the contrast between Uyayna and Dirʿiyyah. In Uyayna, reform depended on a patron who retreated under pressure. In Dirʿiyyah, reform entered a ruling house prepared to absorb pressure and turn it outward. In Uyayna, public correction produced expulsion. In Dirʿiyyah, public correction became the basis of expansion. In Uyayna, the preacher's vulnerability revealed the limits of teaching alone. In Dirʿiyyah, the alliance revealed the consequences of teaching backed by force. Nothing about this transformation removed ambiguity. It intensified it. The same alliance that allowed a coherent religious program to survive also tied that program to coercion, war, and state ambition. The same doctrine that gave followers moral clarity produced fear among those who saw their practices condemned and their authorities displaced. The same political protection that made reform durable exposed it to accusations that its purity depended on power. The alliance resolved the immediate problem of vulnerability, but it opened a larger historical wound. In the dry courtyards of Dirījah, amid the guarded calculations of an ambitious settlement, the reform movement crossed a threshold. It was no longer only a teaching project sustained by a scholar's voice, nor only a controversy carried by letters and disputes. It had become a political project able to expand, fight, govern, and be resisted. Doctrine had found a state, and the state had found a doctrine. 6. Inside the reforming state. Dirījah changed after the alliance, though not in the manner of a capital suddenly discovering grandeur. Its transformation was quieter, denser, and more consequential. The same mud-brick walls held the heat. The same narrow paths carried dust through courtyards and toward the palm groves. The same settlement life continued around wells, markets, mosques, and family enclosures. Yet the meaning of the place had altered. A town that once competed within the ordinary politics of Najd had become the center of a reforming order, and that order required more than belief. It required obedience, instruction, taxation, adjudication, and force. The early Saudi Wahhabi state was not born as a polished administration. It emerged through pressure, campaign, pledge, and repetition. A settlement accepted the call. Another resisted. A tribal group calculated the advantage of alliance. A local ruler weighed the cost of defiance. Students carried doctrine into mosques. Judges applied new standards. Military leaders enforced submission. The reform became visible not only in what people were taught, but in what they were expected to abandon, whom they were expected to obey, and how their loyalty would be measured. To enter this world is to see doctrine becoming daily life. Tawheed was not only a term spoken in teaching circles, it became a principle by which public conduct was judged. Shirk was not only an error named in books, it became an accusation that could affect status, safety, and communal belonging. Innovation was no longer a matter for scholarly discussion alone. It entered the supervision of mosques, burial customs, oaths, vows, shrine practices, and public symbols of piety. Obedience to the ruler became tied to acceptance of reform, while rebellion could be described through both political and religious language. The state had to teach before it could endure. Conquest without instruction would leave only fear. Instruction without enforcement had already shown its fragility. The alliance therefore built itself through a double movement. Force opened space for the reform, and teaching attempted to inhabit that space. In mosques and gatherings, short texts and direct formulations could be repeated until the categories of the movement became familiar. Kitab al-Tawhid and related teachings offered not only conclusions, but a way of seeing the world. The question was not simply whether a person claimed belief in Allah, but whether the person's acts directed worship to Him alone. This educational work required scholars and local teachers who could translate doctrine into communal practice. The reforming state depended on men who could instruct, judge, write letters, correct errors, and identify practices requiring removal. Some belonged to established scholarly families, others rose through allegiance to the movement. Their authority did not come from scholarship alone once the alliance matured. It came from the combination of learning and political protection. A ruling house could appoint, defend, or empower a scholar. A scholar could declare the religious necessity of obedience to the ruling order. Inside such a system, belief and survival could be difficult to separate. Some people accepted the reform with conviction. They found in its severity a form of moral relief, a clearing away of practices they had long suspected or recently learned to condemn. Others accepted it because the alternative was dangerous. A family might cease visiting a shrine not because the old emotional attachments vanished at once, but because public compliance had become necessary. A tribal leader might pledge loyalty because Dirʿiyyah offered protection against rivals. A town might submit after calculating that resistance would bring loss greater than accommodation. This mixture did not make the state unreal, it made it human. Every expanding order absorbs motives that cannot be purified into one intention. Loyalty may contain belief, fear, hope, opportunism, exhaustion, and local ambition at the same time. The reforming state required outward conformity before it could know inward conviction. It could demand that practices stop. It could demand that oaths be made. It could appoint teachers and judges. It could punish visible resistance. It could not immediately make every household feel the same certainty that animated the reform's leading scholars. The problem of uneven compliance became one of the hidden burdens of governance. A doctrine built on clarity encounters people whose motives remain mixed. The state could define correct worship more sharply than many communities had done before, but it still had to govern people who brought older memories, tribal loyalties, family griefs, and practical fears into their outward submission. A movement of purification must decide how much ambiguity can be tolerated in those it rules. Too much tolerance appears as compromise. Too little becomes impossible to administer without constant fracture. This was the crucible of the early state. The reform's categories were clear, but the societies entering its authority were not. A village might abandon a shrine, but keep affection for the stories attached to it. A scholar might accept the movement's general emphasis on Tawhid, while resisting harsh application in particular cases. A ruler might pledge loyalty while secretly preserving ties with rivals. A tribal ally might fight under the banner of reform, while also seeking plunder, status, or leverage in old conflicts. Certainty moved through a world that did not become certain, simply because it had been named. Military campaigns formed the outer pressure of this order. The Saudi rulers and their allies moved against rival settlements, negotiated submissions, imposed conditions, and drew wider areas into Dirījah's orbit. The chronicles preserve the rhythm of campaign and resistance, but the lived experience behind such entries was more complex than annalistic phrasing allows. Men left their towns for raids or battles under religious and political obligation. Families waited for news. Leaders calculated whether to stand, defect, negotiate, or delay. The language of reform gave campaigns moral shape, but those campaigns still passed through hunger, fatigue, fear, and the material logic of war. The new state did not invent conflict in Najd. Raiding, retaliation, and inter-settlement rivalry already existed. What it did was reorganize conflict through a larger religious frame. A campaign could now be understood as enforcement of correct worship and lawful obedience. Submission could be described as entry into purification. Resistance could be interpreted as more than political rivalry. This moral intensification gave the state a power that ordinary tribal coalition lacked. It could absorb local struggle into a broader claim about Allah's rights and communal reform. That same moral frame made opposition more intense. Neighboring rulers saw not only another ambitious Najdi power, but a movement capable of delegitimizing their religious order. Scholars who disagreed with Ibn Abdul-Wahhab did not merely face an argument in a book. They faced an argument backed by campaigns, judges, letters, and rulers. Tribal leaders understood that submission might require changes in public practice and loyalty. The old politics of Najd were being crossed by a doctrinal line that could make neutrality difficult. Oath-taking became one of the ways this line entered public life. To pledge allegiance to the new order was to bind oneself not only to a ruler but to a religious project. Such pledges carried practical meaning: acceptance of authority, willingness to support campaigns, abandonment of condemned practices, and recognition of the legitimacy of Dirʿiyyah's leadership. An oath could join conviction to fear in the same breath. It could mark sincere submission or strategic accommodation. Its public form mattered because the state needed visible signs of loyalty in a landscape where private allegiance remained difficult to measure. Taxation and tribute also entered the system of reform. No state can live on doctrine alone. Fighters had to be supplied. Political households required resources. Campaigns depended on material organization. Settlements entering the new order became part of networks of obligation, including payments, provisions, or military support according to circumstance. The movement's religious language did not erase these economic realities. It gave them a moral setting. Payment could become part of obedience. Refusal could become part of rebellion. The management of markets offered another site where reform entered daily behavior. Market supervision in Islamic societies had long carried moral significance, involving weights, fraud, public conduct, and visible offenses. Under a reforming state concerned with purification, such oversight acquired sharper edges. Public order was not merely a matter of preventing theft or settling commercial disputes. It involved shaping a community whose outward life reflected the movement's understanding of proper religion. The market became a place where law, morality, and state authority met under ordinary conditions rather than in moments of battle. Mosque life became similarly charged. A mosque was no longer only the familiar center of prayer and teaching. It became a site where the reform's doctrine was repeated, where allegiance could be reinforced, where public correction could occur, and where local communities heard themselves placed inside a broader movement. The sermon and lesson became instruments of governance, though not crudely so. They trained memory, formed categories, and aligned local piety with the state's claims. In a society where literacy was limited and oral transmission remained central, spoken doctrine carried administrative force. Judicial restructuring followed the same logic. Judges connected to the reform could apply its doctrinal and legal priorities in disputes. They could regulate public practices, reinforce the authority of the Saudi emir, and assist in distinguishing acceptable conduct from condemned habit. The court, however informal by later bureaucratic standards, became a point where purification touched property, family, testimony, punishment, and local conflict. Law translated doctrine into decisions. Decisions created precedents. Precedents made the reform less dependent on the founding preacher's personal presence. The role of scholars in this system was therefore heavy. They did not merely explain doctrine, They helped manage the boundary between persuasion and coercion. They had to teach ordinary people, answer critics, advise rulers, clarify the limits of takfir, judge contested practices, and defend the movement's reputation. The scholar in the reforming state stood between text and force. His words could restrain violence or authorize it. They could soften a judgment by requiring proof or intensify conflict by naming a practice as intolerable. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's own position remained distinctive. He was not the emir, but his authority was woven into the state's legitimacy. He wrote, taught, corresponded, answered accusations, and helped shape the religious framework through which expansion was understood. The Saudi rulers conducted political and military leadership, while the reformer and his scholarly circle gave that leadership moral architecture. The division of labor allowed the state to grow without collapsing scholarship into rule, or rule into scholarship, yet it also made each dependent on the other. Such dependence created a continuing problem. If political leaders acted for reasons of strategy, wealth, rivalry, or dynastic ambition, the religious project risked being implicated in ordinary power. If scholars pressed doctrine without regard for political constraints, the ruling order risked rebellion, overextension, or economic disruption. The alliance worked because both sides supplied what the other lacked, but it also required constant adjustment. A pure doctrine had to pass through impure conditions of governance. A ruling house had to justify its ambitions through a language that could judge ambition itself. Military leaders occupied another difficult position. They carried the state's authority outward into uncertain territory. Their campaigns could enforce submission and remove condemned practices, but they also operated within the rough realities of Najdi warfare. Fighters sought reward, honor, protection, and sometimes material gain. The movement's religious language could discipline these motives, but it could not erase them completely. The more the state expanded, the more it depended on men whose reasons for fighting were not always identical to the reformers' reasons for preaching. Tribal allies added further complexity. A tribe might join Dirījah out of sincere acceptance of reform, but tribal politics rarely dissolve into doctrine. Alliances were shaped by rivalries, resources, protection, revenge, and opportunity. The reforming state had to convert these shifting loyalties into stable obedience. It used teaching, pledges, military success, and patronage to do so. Yet tribal calculation remained present beneath the surface. The state could sanctify loyalty, but it still had to manage the older logic of the desert and oasis. Rival settlements watched the rise of Dirījah with a mixture of fear, contempt, admiration, and calculation. Some saw an opportunity to join a stronger order. Others saw a threat to autonomy and inherited practice. A local emir asked not only whether Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's doctrine was true, but whether accepting it would subordinate his house to the Saudis. A scholar asked not only whether shrine practices needed correction, but whether the correction now arriving under arms could be trusted. Ordinary residents asked what would happen to their customs, their dead, their teachers, their safety. This is how doctrine travels, through institutions. It travels through sermons that reshape memory, through judges who alter decisions, through military campaigns that change political boundaries, through oaths that bind households, through letters that defend legitimacy, through teachers who train children, through markets where public conduct is supervised, and through fear that teaches people which acts are no longer safe. It also travels through admiration, relief, and conviction. Some people experience the reform not as oppression but as moral rescue from confusion. The same system could clarify one person's world while narrowing another's. The destruction of shrines and suppression of practices linked to intercession remained among the most visible signs of reform. These acts made theology material. A teaching about exclusive worship became a broken structure, an altered burial landscape, a discontinued vow, a changed route of visitation. Supporters regarded these changes as purification made visible. Critics regarded them as rupture imposed upon inherited piety. The state could remove a shrine, but it also had to govern the memory of what had been removed. Memory does not vanish because a structure falls. Families may continue to remember a site, a saintly figure, or a practice even after public expression becomes prohibited. The reforming state had to contend not only with acts, but with attachments. Its educational program attempted to reinterpret those attachments, teaching communities that reverence must not cross into worship and that emotional inheritance could not define legitimacy. The success of such teaching varied by place, generation, and circumstance. The movement's clarity therefore generated a permanent administrative demand. Boundaries had to be maintained. What counted as prohibited supplication? What forms of grave visitation remained acceptable? When did ignorance excuse, and when did proof remove excuse? Which opponents were merely mistaken and which were hostile to the truth after recognizing it? Which rulers were legitimate allies and which were enemies of reform? These were not questions for books alone. They affected war, punishment, reconciliation, and ordinary safety. The language of proof became essential in this environment. Statements preserved in later Najdi collections emphasized that specific judgment required conditions, including the establishment of proof. Such formulations attempted to prevent the movement's condemnation of practices from becoming unlimited condemnation of persons. They also reveal the pressure created by expansion. Once the state ruled over varied populations, it needed rules for distinguishing ignorance from defiance, error from rebellion, and inherited practice from conscious opposition. Still, the distance between principle and enforcement remained unstable. A scholar might insist on conditions. A commander in the field might face a town refusing submission. A local teacher might apply categories with more zeal than caution. A frightened population might hear only accusation. A rival scholar might interpret the entire framework as inherently dangerous, regardless of qualifications. In a state built on purification, the management of judgment becomes one of the most difficult tasks. The movement's opponents understood this vulnerability and pressed upon it. They accused the reformers of illegitimate takfir, coercion against Muslims, disregard for scholarly tradition, and resemblance to earlier groups remembered for rebellion and severity. These accusations were not merely theological insults. They were political weapons in a world where legitimacy could determine alliance, resistance, and survival. To label the movement deviant was to warn rulers and communities against submission. To label it renewal was to draw them toward Dirʿiyyah. Naming itself became a battlefield. Supporters preferred terms that emphasized tawheed, reform, and the Najdi call. Opponents used labels associated with Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's name to portray the movement as an innovation attached to one man rather than a restoration of Islam. The dispute over names revealed the deeper contest. Was the movement calling people back to the foundation, or was it creating a new sectarian identity? The answer depended on where one stood inside the expanding conflict. Neighboring powers perceived the movement through the disturbance it produced. Banu Khalid had already shown the ability of regional chiefs to influence local patronage before the Dirʿiyyah alliance. As the Saudi Wahhabi state expanded, such powers faced a more serious challenge. The movement threatened not merely territory, but patterns of religious legitimacy. It could call into question practices tolerated under other rulers and draw populations into a rival moral political order. In that sense, opposition to Dirījah was geopolitical because theology had become territorial. The Hijaz mattered symbolically even before direct confrontation intensified. The holy cities stood within a wider Ottoman-linked order of pilgrimage, scholarly prestige, and Sunni legitimacy. Najd's reforming state, arising from the interior, did not initially command those symbolic centers, but its doctrine touched questions deeply relevant to them: graves, intercession, devotional visitation, religious authority, and the unity of the Muslim community. As the movement grew, it could not remain a local matter indefinitely. Its claims were too broad, and its alliance too forceful. Inside the state, however, the immediate concerns were practical. Who would collect obligations from newly submitted settlements? Which local leaders could be trusted? Which families were concealing loyalty to rivals? Which scholars could teach the reform reliably? Which tribes would join campaigns, and which would defect when conditions changed? The reforming state had to think constantly about trust. Purification did not remove suspicion, it gave suspicion new language. Trust became especially fragile because loyalty could be performed outwardly. A town might pledge obedience while waiting for Dirʿiyyah's weakness. A tribal ally might fight in one campaign and hesitate in the next. A local notable might adopt reform language while preserving older loyalties privately. The state needed signs, participation in campaigns, attendance at instruction, abandonment of condemned practices, payment of obligations, and willingness to accept appointed authority. These signs did not reveal the whole heart, but governments must often act through signs. Fear operated within this system, but not as its only engine. Fear of punishment, fear of accusation, fear of military defeat, and fear of social exclusion could all compel outward conformity. Yet genuine conviction also moved people. The reform's message offered a simple and powerful moral order in a fragmented landscape. It told followers that confusion could be named, that worship had clear boundaries, that society could be reordered around divine right, and that political obedience could serve purification rather than mere worldly ambition. Opportunism existed beside conviction. Some men found advancement through allegiance to the movement. Scholars could gain positions. Fighters could gain status. Local leaders could preserve power by joining early. Families could align themselves with the rising order and benefit from its legitimacy. Opportunism does not necessarily mean disbelief. A person can believe and still seek advantage. The reforming state, like all political systems, created incentives that drew complex human motives into its orbit. Pragmatic compromise also persisted, though the movement's rhetoric often resisted the appearance of compromise. Governance required sequencing, patience, and sometimes selective enforcement. Newly submitted communities could not always be transformed instantly. Alliances had to be held long enough for teaching to take root. Military overextension had to be avoided. Economic life had to continue. The state's leaders operated between the ideal of purification and the reality of limited capacity. This tension between doctrinal clarity and governing complexity did not weaken the movement's historical significance. It defines it. A reform that remains only in books can preserve conceptual purity more easily. A reform that governs must confront widows, merchants, tribal envoys, hostile scholars, unreliable allies, hungry fighters, and settlements whose submission is incomplete. It must decide when to punish, when to teach, when to wait, when to attack, and when to accept less than total transformation in the moment. The early Saudi Wahhabi state became a contained world in which these decisions repeated themselves. Every new settlement brought a version of the same problem. Public practice had to be examined. Local authority had to be reorganized. A pledge had to be received or coerced. Teachers had to be placed or recognized. The ruler's authority had to be acknowledged. Former loyalties had to be managed. The movement's doctrine provided categories, but categories required human application. The category of rebellion acquired special force. A rival settlement resisting Dirījah could be described as politically disobedient, but within the reforming framework, resistance could also be placed near refusal of correct religion, if tied to condemned practices or opposition to the call. This intensified the stakes of conflict. Rebellion was not merely refusal to pay or submit. It could become opposition to a religious order claiming to defend the rights of Allah. Such language strengthened resolve, but it also hardened enemies. Ordinary communities bore the weight of these categories. A farmer in a submitted settlement may have experienced the state less through treatises than through altered expectations. Where to pray, what not to say, which sites no longer to visit, which authority to obey, what obligations to provide, which teacher to trust, and how publicly to align with the new order. The reform entered life through small adjustments as much as through dramatic acts. A household might change the language of supplication. A burial might proceed without older customs. A market dispute might be judged by a new authority. Women, though less visible in the chronicles, were not outside these transformations. They preserved family memory, participated in mourning practices, transmitted devotional habits, raised children within changing norms, and experienced the consequences of war through absence, loss, displacement, and altered household security. A reforming state that reshaped burial culture, shrine visitation, and teaching inevitably entered women's religious lives, even if the surviving political narratives rarely center them. The absence of detailed record does not mean absence from the historical process. Children became one of the quiet frontiers of the reform. A generation raised under new teaching would not carry the same relationship to older customs as its parents. Short doctrinal texts, repeated lessons, and mosque instruction could reshape memory at its point of formation. The state did not need only to correct existing practices. It needed to produce people for whom those practices would later seem strange or illegitimate. Education allowed purification to become inheritance. This educational inheritance also helped stabilize the alliance between the ruling and scholarly houses. The descendants and students of Ibn Abdul-Wahhab could train religious personnel within the orbit of Saudi political authority. The Saudi rulers could protect and elevate those scholars. Over time, this produced a durable pattern in which religious legitimacy and political survival became mutually reinforcing. The earliest form of that structure was still rough, but its logic was already present in the state's daily operation. Economic needs could complicate purity. Campaigns required resources, and expansion could bring tribute, land, or control over routes. Critics could therefore accuse the movement of dressing ambition in religious language. Supporters could answer that resources were necessary for lawful governance and the defense of reform. Both arguments found evidence in the historical process because state formation inevitably involves material interests. The question is not whether economics mattered, but how economic realities were absorbed into a religious project without exhausting its meaning. Reducing the movement to economics misses the genuine force of conviction. Reducing it to zeal misses the practical intelligence of its political structure. The early state grew because doctrine, warfare, alliance, teaching, and material interest converged. It offered moral clarity in a fragmented world, but it also offered order, protection, and a path to power. That combination made it more durable than a sermon and more charged than an ordinary emirate. The public status of individuals changed under the new order. A person known for attachment to condemned practices could become suspect. A man who embraced the reform could gain moral prestige. A scholar who aligned with Dirʿiyyah might acquire authority beyond his previous standing. A rival jurist might lose influence if his interpretations were associated with tolerated error. The state reordered reputations. It did not only govern acts. It governed the meanings by which people were honored or distrusted. This reordering affected social belonging. To belong safely within the reforming state was to inhabit its categories publicly. One had to understand which forms of reverence were unacceptable, which authorities carried legitimacy, and which forms of opposition were dangerous. Social life adjusted to the new grammar. People learn quickly what a state cares about. They learn which words carry risk, which practices invite attention, which loyalties must be displayed, and which silences are prudent. The state's supporters experienced such adjustment differently. For them, the new grammar did not feel like surveillance, but deliverance from confusion. It gave coherence to religious life. It removed practices they believed had obscured exclusive worship. It placed rulers under an obligation to uphold reform. It turned scattered settlements into participants in a moral project larger than their local rivalries. The emotional power of restoration should not be underestimated. People can endure hardship when they believe the hardship belongs to a righteous ordering of the world. Critics experienced the same ordering as coercive rupture. A practice once associated with piety could become shameful. A scholar once trusted could be displaced. A local ruler could lose autonomy. A shrine connected to memory could be destroyed. A town could be forced to submit under a doctrine it regarded as excessive. For such communities, the new state did not restore order. It interrupted an older one. The conflict between restoration and rupture became one of the central divisions in the movement's memory. Correspondence with outside authorities reflects this contested memory as it was forming. Letters sought to explain the movement's doctrine, deny accusations, and argue that its opponents had misrepresented it. The very existence of these letters shows that the reforming state was not insulated from broader scholarly and political judgment. It needed recognition, or at least a defense against delegitimization. A movement claiming to restore Islam could not remain indifferent to being called a sectarian danger by other Muslim scholars. The defensiveness of the archive is revealing. Power did not eliminate the need to argue. The state could compel nearby settlements, but it could not compel the wider Islamic world to accept its self-description. Accusations of extremism, rebellion, and illegitimate takfir traveled through scholarly and political networks. The movement responded by presenting itself as bounded, scriptural, and defensive. This exchange between accusation and defense became part of the movement's identity. Within the state, the need to define enemies remained constant. An enemy might be a rival ruler, a settlement refusing submission, a scholar denouncing the movement, a custodian of practices judged illegitimate, or a tribal group breaking allegiance. Yet not every opponent could be treated identically without making governance impossible. The state required categories of enmity. Some could be taught, some could be warned, some could be fought, some could be reconciled after submission. Purification required distinction as much as severity. Defining legitimate authority posed an equal challenge. The Saudi emir derived religious legitimacy from supporting the reform, but the reform also required political stability to spread. If every local dispute became a test of ultimate religious loyalty, the state could fracture. If too many compromises were allowed, the reform's identity could blur. Legitimacy, therefore, had to be maintained through visible commitment, campaigns, enforcement, support for scholars, suppression of condemned practices, and continued expansion. The ruler had to appear as protector of purification, not merely beneficiary of it. Purification itself became administrative. It had to be taught, monitored, enforced, defended, and reproduced. What began as a claim about worship became a set of routines. Teachers taught, judges judged, fighters fought, envoys negotiated, collectors gathered obligations, rulers received pledges, scholars wrote replies, communities adjusted their visible life. The state turned doctrine into repetition, and repetition into order. But order produced fracture at the same time. The clearer the boundaries became, the more sharply excluded practices and authorities appeared. Families attached to older customs could experience the new order as accusation. Scholars outside the movement could perceive its claims as narrowing the breadth of Sunni legal tradition. Regional rulers could interpret its expansion as a threat to sovereignty. The movement's internal coherence increased its external conflict. This paradox lay at the center of the early reforming state. Its strength came from clarity. Its danger came from clarity. Without clear doctrine, it might have become another local coalition in Najd. With clear doctrine, it could inspire loyalty, reorganize society, and justify expansion. Yet the same clarity made compromise suspect and opposition more absolute. It produced a disciplined world, but not a peaceful one. The contained world of Dirʿiyyah and its expanding territories therefore became the psychological crucible of the documentary. Here one can see men acting from conviction and ambition in the same campaign. One can see rulers protecting reform while extending power. One can see scholars defending doctrinal limits while their categories move through coercive institutions. One can see ordinary people adapting, resisting, believing, fearing, and surviving. No single motive is sufficient. The system gathered them all and gave them a common language. The longer the state endured, the more natural its arrangements appeared to those formed inside it. Children taught under its scholars could inherit the reform as normal religion. Fighters raised within its campaigns could understand expansion as service. Rulers born into the alliance could see the partnership between Saudi authority and the descendants of the reformer not as innovation, but as order. What had begun as a rupture became, for its adherents, continuity. Opponents underwent their own memory formation. They remembered lost autonomy, condemned practices, destroyed shrines, disputed judgments, and the unsettling claim that their inherited piety had compromised worship. Later anti-Wahhabi writings drew strength from these memories, amplifying them across regions affected directly or indirectly by Saudi Wahhabi expansion. The state's actions, therefore, produced not only territory, but counter-archives. The expansion of the reforming state widened the gap between internal and external descriptions. Internally, the movement saw itself as restoring the direct worship of Allah and cleansing society of accretions that endangered monotheism. Externally, many critics saw a movement whose certainty had become armed and whose judgments threatened Muslim unity. These descriptions were not simply propaganda floating above events. They were interpretations of lived realities generated by the same historical process. The early state's daily world remained austere. Its power did not rest on the wealth that later Saudi states would possess. It operated through oasis resources, tribal mobilization, religious discipline, and the authority of a ruling house joined to a scholarly mission. Its settlements were vulnerable to drought, defection, and attack. Its institutions were still personal and relational by later standards. Yet the structure it created was strong enough to outlive immediate conditions because it fused meaning with rule. Inside that fusion, every practical question carried a second weight. A tax was not only revenue, it was obedience. A campaign was not only expansion. It was enforcement of a moral order. A judge was not only a legal official, he was a guardian of doctrine. A sermon was not only instruction, it was formation of loyalty. A shrine was not only a building, it was a judgment about worship made visible in stone or earth. The reforming state thus created a world where abstractions became conditions of life. Tawhid could determine which practices survived. Shirk could justify the removal of inherited sites. Innovation could diminish a scholar's authority. Obedience could protect a settlement. Rebellion could invite campaign. Purification could reorganize markets, mosques, courts, and households. Loyalty could determine whether a community was trusted, watched, punished, or absorbed. By the time the movement had moved beyond its first fragile alliances, it was no longer possible to separate doctrine from governance without distorting the historical reality. The reform did not merely influence the state, it helped define what the state was for. The state did not merely protect the reform. It gave the reform the means to enter public space, alter habits, and survive opposition. This mutual dependence would become the deepest inheritance of Dirʿiyyah. The crucible did not resolve the contradictions. It made them durable. Certainty produced order, but order required force. Purification produced discipline, but discipline produced resistance. Teaching created conviction, but coercion complicated belief. The state brought unity to some and rupture to others. Within its walls, roads, mosques, markets, courts, and campaign routes, a reform movement learned how to govern, and in governing it became something larger and more contested than preaching alone could ever have made it. The early reforming state was therefore a contained world where clarity did not end conflict. It organized conflict, named it, carried it through institutions, and made it part of the structure of rule. In that world, certainty produced order and fracture at the same time. 7. purification as historical force. The movement that formed around Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab did not become historically powerful because it introduced a long list of new theological claims. Its force came from concentration. It took questions already present in Sunni scholarship, especially questions about worship, intercession, innovation, evidence, and authority, and placed them under a single organizing pressure. What had often remained dispersed across legal debate, devotional caution, and reformist warning became a program. It gave people a way to identify danger, explain decline, organize loyalty, and act. That is why purification became more than doctrine. It became historical force. The first contribution was the radical centrality of Tawheed. The central question was direct and severe. What happens when divine unity becomes the organizing principle for all religious life? For Ibn Abdul-Wahhab, Tawheed was not simply one doctrine among others, nor only a statement that Allah created and governed the world. It was the measure by which worship, speech, reliance, vows, sacrifice, supplication, and public religious behavior had to be judged. The pressure behind this emphasis was widespread disagreement over devotional acts connected to intermediaries, especially around graves, saints, vows, blessing, and intercession. In a region where religious authority was dispersed and inherited customs varied from settlement to settlement, the reformer treated ambiguity as the place where corruption survived. The internal shift was the belief that divine unity had to move from confession into scrutiny. A person might affirm that Allah was creator and still direct acts of dependence toward a created being. That distinction gave the movement its sharp instrument. It separated verbal belief from devotional behavior and insisted that the second could expose compromise hidden beneath the first. The central claim, in plain terms, was that worship belongs to Allah alone, and any act giving created beings the devotional weight owed only to Him violates that foundation. This claim did not remain in writing. It entered the geography of Najd through campaigns against shrine-centered practices, and through the removal of structures associated with forms of veneration the movement condemned. The visible attack on shrines made Tawheed material. A grave complex or local site of blessing had long carried meanings that were not reducible to theology alone. It could hold family memory, settlement prestige, consolation, and stories of righteous figures. The reform movement looked at the same site and asked a different question: what acts are being directed here, and do they belong to Allah alone? That change of question transformed the site. It no longer mattered only what people felt there or what their ancestors had done. The decisive issue became whether the practice could withstand scrutiny under the doctrine of exclusive worship. For supporters, this was moral clarity. It removed softness from a matter they believed could not tolerate softness. It cut through custom, inherited language, local prestige, and emotional defense. It gave believers a disciplined way to distinguish reverence from worship and remembrance from dependence. The attraction of the movement lay partly in this simplicity. In a fragmented world, people often desire a principle capable of ordering confusion. Tawheed, as the movement taught it, became that principle. It named the foundation, identified threats, and demanded action. For critics, the same clarity intensified conflict. They feared that the movement treated contested practices too severely, that it moved too quickly from condemning acts to suspecting persons, and that it narrowed the inherited breadth of Muslim devotional life. Many opponents did not deny the importance of Tawheed. They rejected the movement's application of it to communities they still regarded as within Islam. The dispute, therefore, did not arise because one side cared about divine unity and the other did not. It arose because the movement made divine unity the organizing test of religious and social legitimacy in a new and forceful way. The historical importance of this contribution is difficult to overstate. The movement redefined revivalist discourse by making Tawheed the central grammar of reform. Later currents across Arabia and beyond would draw from, adapt, resist, or argue against this emphasis. Even critics had to respond to the categories it sharpened. Questions about shrine visitation, supplication, saint veneration, intercession, and devotional mediation were not new, but the movement gave them a mobilizing structure tied to state formation. In that sense, Tawhid became not only a doctrine of worship, but a force that reorganized orthodoxy, authority, and public memory. The second contribution was scriptural purification. Its central question was whether religious authority could bypass inherited custom and return directly to foundational texts. The historical pressure was not the absence of scholarship, but the uneven relationship between scholarship, custom, and local practice. Najd had jurists, judges, teachers, and Hanbali traditions, yet it also had devotional habits carried by memory and social legitimacy, rather than by rigorous textual proof. The movement's internal shift was a growing conviction that inherited practice could not be allowed to stand merely because it was old, beloved, or locally defended. This did not mean Ibn Abdul-Wahhab stood outside tradition. He worked through a recognizable Sunni and Hanbali inheritance, drawing heavily on the Quran, prophetic reports, early precedent, and earlier reformist scholars such as Ibn Taymiyyah, may Allah have mercy on him, and Ibn al-Qayyim, may Allah have mercy on him. The claim was not that the past had no authority. It was that the wrong kind of past had acquired authority. Local devotional habit, inherited without evidence, had to be judged by foundational sources and by the scholars who, in the reformers' view, most clearly defended those sources against accretion. The mechanism was prioritization. The movement taught people to ask whether a practice rested on the Quran, the authentic prophetic tradition, and the precedent of the earliest generations, or whether it had grown through imitation and emotional attachment. This method could bypass local mediators whose authority depended on custom. A shrine custodian, a family associated with a sacred site, a scholar tolerant of inherited devotional forms, or a ruler protecting local religious habits could all be challenged by appeal to foundational evidence. Scriptural purification shifted the ground of authority away from local continuity and toward textual judgment. Teaching circles became the concrete setting for this transformation. In mosque instruction, students encountered short texts, scriptural proofs, legal distinctions, and warnings against innovation. Reformist legal rulings translated doctrine into social expectation. A practice could be interrogated, classified, and prohibited. Students trained in these categories carried them outward into households, markets, burial practices, and disputes. The movement's educational power came from the portability of its method. It did not require every listener to become a jurist. It required listeners to internalize a basic hierarchy: revelation before custom, prophetic precedent before inherited habit, clear evidence before local attachment. This hierarchy attracted followers because it offered release from the uncertainty of dispersed authority. If local customs differed, if scholars disagreed, if rulers compromised, the foundational texts seemed to provide a higher court of appeal. The movement made that appeal accessible through concise instruction. Works such as Kitab al-Tawhid, Kashf al-Shubuhat, and al-Usul al-Thalatha were not expansive encyclopedias. They were instruments of formation. Their structure suited a society where learning often moved orally and where repetition mattered. They compressed a worldview into teachable units. Kashf al-Shubuhat is especially revealing as a polemical teaching instrument. It did not merely state doctrine. It anticipated objections. It treated rival explanations as misconceptions requiring exposure. This gave students not only beliefs but arguments. They could answer defenders of contested practices. They could identify what the movement regarded as confusion between acknowledging Allah's lordship and directing worship exclusively to Him. The text trained readers to engage conflict, not simply avoid it. Scriptural purification became historically productive because it created a reproducible intellectual style. Once learned, the method could be applied beyond its first settings. It could move from Najd to other regions, from oral teaching to printed curricula, from local reform to wider revivalist discourse. Its insistence on foundational evidence shaped later educational systems within Saudi religious institutions and influenced broader debates over authority across the Muslim world. Even where the movement was rejected, the demand for scriptural proof could not easily be ignored. Yet the same method generated fracture. To bypass inherited custom is to unsettle the people who carry it. A practice that had comforted generations could become suspect in a single lesson. A local scholar's tolerance could be recast as negligence. A family's devotional memory could be placed under judgment. Scriptural purification created moral energy by stripping inherited practice of automatic legitimacy, but that stripping could feel like an assault on communal identity. The movement did not only argue with ideas, it argued with continuity. The third contribution was alliance-based reform governance. Its central question was whether religious reform could survive without state enforcement. The early answer, formed through experience rather than theoretical planning alone, was no. Preaching had met opposition. Patronage in Uyayna had failed under external pressure. The reformer had learned that a doctrine challenging public practices and local authority could be expelled if it lacked durable protection. The historical pressure was therefore the vulnerability of reform when it remained dependent on unstable local favor. The internal shift was recognition that purification required enforcement if it was to reshape public life beyond temporary circles of conviction. Teaching could persuade some, but it could not dismantle protected shrines, reorganize courts, compel public abandonment of condemned practices, or secure loyalty across rival settlements without political force. The central claim became embodied in governance. Rulers must actively uphold correct belief and suppress practices judged illegitimate. The alliance with Muhammad ibn Saud provided the mechanism through which this claim became territorial. The Saudi-Wahhabi partnership was not simply a scholar blessing a ruler, nor a ruler exploiting a scholar. It was a structure of mutual completion. The ruler gained a unifying religious legitimacy that could extend authority beyond ordinary local ambition. The scholar gained protection, enforcement, and an expanding field for reform. Marriage alliances and inherited roles strengthened the compact across generations. Over time, the descendants of the political house and the descendants of the scholarly house came to occupy distinct but mutually reinforcing positions. The state and the doctrine did not merge completely, but they learned to depend on each other. The concrete example was the alliance itself and the campaigns that followed. The movement became territorial through submission, instruction, oath-taking, campaigns against rival groups, and enforcement of reform norms. A town that accepted Dirʿiyyah did not merely accept protection, it entered a moral order. A town that resisted was not merely preserving autonomy. It could be defined as opposing reform. The alliance transformed the categories of politics. Loyalty became religiously charged. Governance became purification in action. This contribution produced the first Saudi state. Its impact extended beyond the territory initially controlled by the founders because it created a model of religious political legitimacy that survived destruction, revival, and later transformation. The first state would eventually be suppressed after Ibn Abd-al-Wahhab's lifetime, but the architecture of the alliance endured in memory and institutional reconstruction. Later Saudi formations drew upon the precedent of Dirʿiyyah, the authority of the reformers' descendants, and the claim that political rule should protect the doctrine of purification. Alliance-based reform governance attracted followers because it offered order. In a region of fragmented loyalties, the state could gather scattered settlements under a language larger than tribal calculation. It gave rulers a moral mission, scholars institutional power, fighters a cause, and ordinary believers a clear public framework. For those who accepted its terms, the reforming state could appear as a restoration of discipline to a disordered society. It gave structure to worship, law, market supervision, education, and loyalty. Its divisive force came from the same structure. A doctrine backed by state power no longer remains one scholarly argument among others. It gains the ability to punish, appoint, remove, collect, educate, and fight. Critics understood this clearly. Their fear was not only that Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's interpretations were wrong, but that wrong interpretations had become enforceable. Even those who agreed that some practices required reform could fear the concentration of authority in a movement willing to define orthodoxy through coercive structures. The alliance also created a lasting dilemma for the movement itself. Purification required political support, but political support introduced worldly motives into the reform's bloodstream. Campaigns brought territory and resources. Rulers had dynastic interests. Tribal allies had rivalries and ambitions. Fighters had expectations. The doctrine gave these forces moral direction, but it could not remove their complexity. A reform movement that governs cannot remain untouched by governance. The fourth contribution was polemical religious identity. Its central question was how reform strengthens itself through opposition. The historical pressure was sustained resistance from scholars, rulers, tribal leaders, ordinary communities, and later regional powers. The movement had to defend itself against accusations of extremism, illegitimate takfir, rebellion, and innovation. Its internal shift was a hardening of self-definition under attack. Opposition did not merely threaten the movement, it helped clarify its boundaries. The mechanism was distinction. The movement separated legitimate from illegitimate belief, correct worship from compromised practice, reform from innovation, obedience from rebellion, and truth from misconception. Treatises condemning certain practices served not only to instruct followers but to mark the limits of belonging. A community formed around purification must know what it purifies itself against. Polemic gave the movement sharp edges. It supplied language for enemies, warnings for the uncertain, and confidence for supporters facing criticism. Kitab al-Tawhid, in this sense, was more than a doctrinal work. It was a program of moral classification. Kashf al-Shubuhat was more than a reply to objections. It was training in boundary defense. Letters preserved in Najdi collections were more than correspondence. They were acts of self-definition before hostile audiences. The movement's archive developed under accusation, and accusation shaped its tone. The more opponents described it as dangerous, the more it had to state why its severity was necessary and bounded. Polemical identity attracted followers because it simplified allegiance. A believer did not have to inhabit endless ambiguity about devotional customs, scholarly disagreement, and inherited practice. The movement offered a clear map. These acts belong to worship. These acts compromise worship. These objections are misconceptions. This ruler protects reform. These opponents resist the truth after clarification. Such clarity can be deeply compelling in societies marked by uncertainty. It offers not only doctrine but orientation. The same clarity intensified conflict because it reduced room for older forms of negotiated coexistence. Practices that had remained ambiguous could no longer remain safely ambiguous. Scholars who sought nuance could be viewed as concealing the issue. Ordinary believers who continued inherited customs could become objects of suspicion. Opponents, feeling the pressure of this classification, responded with their own polemics. They labeled the movement a dangerous innovation, a source of fitna, or a revival of excessive judgment. Identity hardened on both sides. The dispute over naming reveals the depth of the conflict. Supporters preferred language that identified them with Tawheed, reform, and the Najdi call. Opponents used labels derived from Ibn Abd-al-Wahhab's name to portray the movement as an innovation attached to a single preacher. Later shifts toward the term Salafi added another layer, claiming continuity with the earliest Muslim generations. Naming was never cosmetic, it carried verdicts. To name the movement was to decide whether it represented restoration or deviation. Polemical identity produced long-term consequences across Muslim debates. The movement gave later reformers a model of activism grounded in purification, scriptural appeal, and opposition to intermediaries. It also gave critics a lasting example of the dangers they associated with severe boundary-making and state-backed doctrine. In modern times, discussions of Wahhabism became especially charged, often entangled with global politics, violence, state patronage, and Western security discourse. Such later debates cannot be collapsed backward into the 18th century, but they show how enduring the movement's polemical identity became. The four contributions were separate only for analysis. In history, they reinforced one another. Tawhid supplied the central principle. Scriptural purification supplied the method. Alliance-based governance supplied enforcement. Polemical identity supplied boundaries and resilience under opposition. Together they transformed a regional reform movement into an institutional order. The movement could teach, fight, govern, defend itself, and reproduce its categories across generations. This integration explains both effectiveness and fracture. A movement organized around one central principle can mobilize strongly because followers understand what is at stake. A movement that appeals to foundational texts can challenge local authorities with confidence. A movement allied to rulers can change public life rather than merely criticize it. A movement sharpened by opposition can survive denunciation by turning denunciation into evidence of the struggle it already expects. These are strengths. They are also sources of conflict. The radical centrality of Tawhid made the movement spiritually intense and socially invasive. Scriptural purification made it intellectually disciplined and culturally disruptive. Alliance-based governance made it durable and coercive. Polemical identity made it resilient and divisive. Each contribution carried a double consequence. None can be understood if praised without qualification or condemned without analysis. The movement's organizational effectiveness came from its refusal to leave doctrine abstract. It translated belief into curriculum, law, loyalty, public space, and military action. A concept became a lesson became a ruling became enforcement became a new social habit became institutional memory. This sequence allowed reform to move beyond the charisma of the founder. It could survive because it had been embedded in structures. The social fracture came from the same process. A concept became an accusation. A lesson became suspicion. A ruling became displacement. Enforcement became humiliation. New social habit became the erasure of older memory. Institutional memory became a counter-memory among opponents. The movement built a world while breaking parts of another one. This is the historical burden of purification when it becomes public power. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's defining role was not only that he taught a severe doctrine of worship, it was that his teaching entered a political form capable of making that doctrine socially consequential. Many scholars write, "Fewer create institutions indirectly through their categories." His writings, alliances, and controversies shaped the grammar through which later states, scholars, reformers, and critics argued about the meaning of Islam in public life. Kitab al-Tawhid became foundational because it gave the movement a center that could be taught repeatedly without losing its force. It did not depend on lengthy philosophical construction. It moved by accumulation of scriptural evidence and moral classification. Its chapters trained readers to see dangers in acts that others might explain differently. This training made the book an educational instrument, a polemical weapon, and a state text. Its later circulation, far beyond its first environment, shows how a concise work can become historically large when joined to institutions. The emphasis on scriptural purification also altered the authority of scholars. It empowered those who could claim fidelity to foundational evidence against those who relied on custom, inherited status, or local accommodation. Yet it did not abolish scholarly authority. It relocated it. The movement still needed trained interpreters, judges, and teachers. The difference was that their authority was tied to a particular reformist method and protected by the state. A critique of mediation in worship thus coexisted with a new mediation of doctrine through approved scholars. This produced an important ambiguity. The movement attacked certain religious intermediaries while creating its own institutional intermediaries. It rejected shrine custodians, saintly mediation, and local devotional authority, but elevated Reform scholars, judges, and teachers as guardians of correct worship. This was not hypocrisy in a simple sense. Every religious order requires transmission and interpretation. The question was, which forms of mediation were legitimate? The movement's answer reshaped religious authority by replacing devotional mediation with textual and legal mediation. Alliance-based governance made that replacement enforceable. Without the Saudi partnership, the reformers' writings might have remained influential within limited circles, controversial but contained. With the partnership, they entered courts, campaigns, and curricula. The state gave doctrine a body. It allowed the movement to make demands upon communities, not merely suggestions. This is why the alliance remains one of the central events in Arabian political religion. It transformed reform into rule. Yet political rule changed the doctrine's public reception. People often judge ideas by the institutions that carry them. A teaching heard under threat is received differently from a teaching sought voluntarily. A ruling accompanied by armed power is not experienced as a scholarly opinion among others. The movement's opponents could therefore point to its coercive context as evidence against its claims, while supporters could point to its institutional success as proof that reform had overcome resistance. The same expansion fed opposite judgments. Polemical identity ensured that the movement would not dissolve under criticism. It had answers ready for accusation. If opponents called it innovation, it answered with foundational texts. If they accused it of indiscriminate takfir, it pointed to conditions such as establishment of proof. If they defended local devotional customs, it described those defenses as misconceptions. If rulers resisted, their resistance could be understood as protection of corruption. The movement's argumentative structure made retreat difficult. Critics, however, developed their own durable structure. Suleiman ibn Abdul-Wahhab's opposition from within the reformers' own familial and scholarly environment became an enduring sign that resistance was not limited to outsiders. Later writers such as Ahmad Zaini Dahlan framed the movement as fitna and emphasized violence, disruption, and doctrinal danger. These works were polemical and must be read as such, but their influence shows how forcefully the movement produced counter-identity. Wahhabi and anti-Wahhabi memories formed together. The relationship between purification and memory is central here. A reform movement remembers itself through the errors it overcame. Communities harmed or displaced by reform remember themselves through what was condemned or destroyed. The same shrine may appear in one memory as evidence of corruption removed, and in another as evidence of piety violated. The same campaign may appear as restoration or aggression. The same book may appear as clarification or narrowing. Memory becomes organized by the categories of conflict. This is why the movement remained historically combustible. It touched the intimate layer of religious life, where worship, family, grief, and legitimacy meet. It did not merely propose a legal adjustment. It told communities that some of what they had loved as piety might be religiously dangerous. Few claims are more destabilizing. Yet for followers who accepted the claim, few acts seemed more necessary than removing those dangers. The movement's moral energy and social violence were tied to the same conviction. The emphasis on Tawheed also offered psychological protection in a fragmented world. It gave a single principle around which life could be ordered. In Najd, where political authority was unstable and custom varied, such a principle had unusual force. A believer could know what mattered most. A ruler could know what he was meant to defend. A teacher could know what to transmit. A fighter could know what his campaign represented. Clarity reduced uncertainty. by concentrating meaning. But concentrated meaning can become intolerant of complexity. Real societies rarely fit doctrinal categories neatly. People inherit practices without fully understanding them. Scholars disagree over definitions. Political leaders accept reform for mixed motives. Communities comply outwardly while adjusting slowly inwardly. A movement built on purification must decide how to handle these imperfect realities. Its insistence on clarity creates the need for constant boundary work. Boundary work became one of the movement's enduring institutional habits. It had to define acceptable grave visitation, unacceptable supplication, legitimate obedience, unlawful rebellion, excusable ignorance, culpable opposition, valid scholarship, corrupt mediation, and proper teaching. These definitions were not merely academic, they determined governance. A boundary drawn in doctrine could become a boundary enforced in society. The movement's supporters often experienced this as mercy through clarification. If people were endangered by practices compromising worship, then naming the danger was protection. If communities had drifted, then severity was rescue. If rulers defended reform, then political power served religious preservation. The reform's internal moral coherence should be understood even where its consequences remain contested. It did not need cruelty in order to be severe. It needed conviction. Opponents experienced the same coherence as threat. A system absolutely convinced of its clarity can find it difficult to hear grief, ambiguity, or inherited nuance. Practices with multiple meanings may be judged by their most dangerous possible interpretation. Scholars advocating restraint may be treated as protectors of error. Political resistance may be folded into religious blame. Critics feared that this logic, once armed, could fracture the Muslim community. Their fear also had coherence. The historical significance of Ibn Abdul-Wahhab lies in the endurance of this unresolved opposition. His movement produced institutions strong enough to reshape Arabia and memories divided enough to sustain controversy for centuries. He cannot be understood only through his books, because the books became institutions. He cannot be understood only through the state, because the state drew legitimacy from the books. He cannot be understood only through supporters or critics, because both were produced by the historical force of the same reform. The radical centrality of Tawheed changed the scale of devotional scrutiny. Scriptural purification changed the basis of authority. Alliance-based governance changed the practical possibilities of reform. Polemical religious identity changed how communities organized allegiance and opposition. Together, these contributions created a movement whose influence extended through law, education, political legitimacy, missionary activity, and global debate. The movement's later afterlives would differ from its founding moment. Later Saudi states, modern institutions, global reform networks, and contemporary controversies would reshape the meanings attached to Wahhabism, Salafism, and revivalist Islam. Some later actors softened elements, others hardened them, and still others used the vocabulary in contexts far removed from 18th-century Najd. Historical accuracy requires distinguishing these developments. Yet the founding logic remained visible. Purification linked to authority, authority justified by reform, reform strengthened through boundary making. By turning purification into a public program, Ibn Abd-Wahhab made religious clarity productive. It produced texts, students, judges, alliances, campaigns, institutions, and states. It produced loyalty among those who found in it the restoration of worship. It produced resistance among those who saw in it coercion and rupture. It produced arguments that later generations could not easily escape because they touched the relation between Allah, worship, authority, and community. The deepest consequence was that purification stopped being only a doctrine of the soul. It became a way of organizing collective life. It determined what could be built, what should be destroyed, who could teach, who should rule, which practices could survive, which memories would be honored, and which opponents had to be answered or fought. In that transformation, the movement gained its power and its wound. Purification had become a historical force, clarifying, mobilizing, dividing, governing, and remembering. It no longer lived only in argument. It organized communities, states, enemies, and memory. 8. Accusation, memory, and the war over interpretation. The argument over Muhammad ibn Abd-al-Wahhab did not begin after his death. It began while the movement was still forming, while letters moved between settlements, while scholars composed refutations, while rulers measured the risks of support or resistance, and while communities felt the pressure of reform in burial grounds, mosques, markets, and political pledges. From the beginning, the dispute was not only about doctrine, it was about what doctrine does when it leaves the page and enters public authority. His supporters described a necessary return. They saw a region burdened by practices that had entered religious life through imitation, grief, local custom, weak scholarship, and misplaced reverence. They believed the movement restored the exclusive worship of Allah, corrected dangerous accretions, strengthened scriptural authority, and gave political protection to truths that preaching alone could not defend. To them, severity was not cruelty. It was fidelity to a principle too central to soften without betrayal. His opponents described something else. They saw a preacher whose categories threatened the protected unity of Muslims, whose judgments seemed to move too quickly from mistaken practice to accusations touching belief itself, and whose alliance with political power turned contested interpretation into coercive authority. They did not fear theology alone. They feared the social consequences of doctrinal absolutism, once attached to campaigns, oath-taking, shrine destruction, and state formation. A severe idea had found rulers willing to enforce it, and that changed the nature of disagreement. The accusation of extremism became one of the earliest and most durable charges. Opponents argued that the movement narrowed the breadth of Sunni practice, treated inherited devotional customs with insufficient nuance, and converted disagreement into a test of legitimacy. For them, Ibn Abdul-Wahhab did not merely criticize excess around graves or intercession. He appeared to redraw the boundary of acceptable Islam in ways that placed large numbers of ordinary Muslims under suspicion. This was why some critics reached for the historical memory of earlier groups associated with rebellion and excessive judgment. The comparison was polemical, but it reveals what they feared, a claim to purity that could turn against the wider community. Supporters answered that this accusation misunderstood the movement's purpose and ignored its stated limits. They insisted that the reform was not a new sect, but a return to the Quran, the authentic prophetic tradition and the earliest forms of worship. They pointed to statements in which Ibn Abdul-Wahhab distinguished between condemning acts and declaring specific individuals outside Islam, and to formulations requiring the establishment of proof before certain judgments could apply. In this defense, the movement was severe toward practices because worship required severity, but it was not indiscriminate toward persons. The charge of excessive takfir remained the most sensitive dispute because it touched the legal and moral status of Muslims themselves. Critics argued that the movement's doctrine created a dangerous pathway. First, certain practices were classified as forms of association with others beside Allah. Then communities practicing them were treated as resisting Tawheed. Then force could be justified against them. Even if the founder made qualifications, opponents feared that the practical effect of the doctrine would be broader and harsher than its careful defenders admitted. There was merit in the concern that doctrine and enforcement could interact unpredictably. Historians have noted that movements built around purification must continually manage the distance between principle and application. A scholar may insist on proof, intention, and conditions. A military campaign operates in a different atmosphere. A local adherent may not preserve every distinction. A frightened community may hear accusation before qualification. The movement's own repeated defensive statements suggest that its leaders understood how easily its claims could be portrayed or applied as excessive. At the same time, later polemics often flattened the internal complexity of the movement. Some hostile accounts portrayed Ibn Abdul-Wahhab as though he simply excommunicated all opponents without distinction, or reduced the entire Muslim world outside his followers to unbelief. The documentary record is more complicated. His writings and later Najdi compilations include restrictive language around specific judgment, proof, and conscious hostility. These qualifications do not dissolve the controversy, but they prevent a historically careful account from accepting the harshest polemical caricatures as the whole truth. Violence became another central accusation. Critics pointed to campaigns, demands for submission, the destruction of shrines, and the coercive transformation of public religious life. They argued that a movement claiming purification had become inseparable from military expansion, and that its doctrine provided sacred language for political conquest. The alliance with Muhammad ibn Abd intensified this criticism because it showed that the reform was not only persuading communities but entering them through power. Supporters responded by placing violence within the political realities of Najd and by describing conflict as defensive, corrective, or necessary for the establishment of proper worship and order. They argued that the region was already marked by raiding, unstable loyalties, and fragmented authority, and that the reforming state imposed discipline where disorder had prevailed. In their narrative, campaigns were not ordinary ambition covered by religious language. They were the difficult instruments through which a corrupt religious environment and fractured political landscape were brought under lawful correction. Here again, the historian must resist simplification. Najd before the movement was not peaceful, centralized, or free from violence. The Saudi Wahhabi alliance did not introduce force into an otherwise gentle political world. Yet it did give force a new religious grammar. Campaigns became tied to purification. Submission became doctrinal as well as political. Shrine destruction became a sign of reform rather than simply victory over rivals. This fusion gave the movement unusual strength and also made its violence more controversial than ordinary tribal warfare. Shrine destruction occupied a special place in hostile memory because it made the reform's severity visible. A shrine can contain many meanings at once: legal ambiguity, local prestige, grief, memory, blessing, family continuity, and inherited piety. To destroy it is to make a theological judgment physically irreversible. Supporters saw such acts as removing sites where worship had been misdirected. Critics saw them as assaults upon communal memory and accepted devotional life. The controversy endured because both readings emerged from real experiences of the same event. The accusation of intolerance often gathered several concerns together. Opponents believed the movement lacked patience with religious plurality inside Sunni life, dismissed inherited scholarly mediation too quickly, and treated many practices through their most dangerous possible interpretation. They feared that the reform's clarity left little room for layered intention. A person visiting a grave might understand the act as remembrance, grief, or seeking blessing through a righteous memory. The reformers' framework asked whether the act resembled devotion directed toward a created being. That change of question could feel, to critics, like the erasure of nuance. Supporters saw the same refusal of nuance as necessary discipline. In matters touching worship, they argued, vagueness could become the shelter of corruption. If generations had blurred reverence and reliance, then reform could not begin by honoring every local explanation. It had to judge acts by foundational sources and clear categories. The movement's appeal rested partly on this willingness to cut through what followers considered evasive complexity. It offered a world in which worship could be known, protected, and defended. The accusation of historical simplification is also important. Critics argued that the movement narrated pre-reform society as if it had sunk into near-total religious darkness, thereby legitimizing radical intervention. Such narratives are common in reform movements. To justify rupture, a movement often describes the prior world as dangerously compromised. Later supporters sometimes portrayed Najd in terms that emphasized ignorance, innovation, and corrupted devotion. Those accounts help sanctify the reform's necessity. Modern historical reassessment complicates that picture. Pre-reform Najd had scholars, judges, Hanbali learning, legal families, and educational links to the wider Islamic world. It was not a religious vacuum. Devotional practices varied, and some were disputed, but society cannot be reduced to corruption awaiting rescue. Recognizing this does not invalidate the movement's theological concerns. It simply restores the complexity of the world in which those concerns arose. Reform emerged from within a scholarly environment, not outside one. Supportive memory also performed its own kind of selection. It emphasized the founders' learning, piety, courage, and commitment to Tawheed. It framed opposition as resistance to truth or attachment to illegitimate custom. Najdi chronicles written after the movement's rise preserved valuable historical information, but they also participated in legitimating the Saudi Wahhabi order. They made the alliance appear morally coherent and historically necessary. Such sources must be read carefully, neither dismissed as mere propaganda nor accepted as transparent record. Hostile memories selected differently. Anti-Wahhabi literature emphasized disruption, violence, arrogance, doctrinal excess, and harm to Muslim unity. It preserved fears that internal sources sometimes minimized. Yet polemical opposition also had incentives to exaggerate. It could compress diverse events into a single portrait of danger, omit the movement's qualifications, and treat every act of reform as evidence of deviance. A polemic is not useless to history, but it must be handled as a document written for conflict. The opposition of Sulaiman ibn Abdul-Wahhab remains especially revealing because it came from inside the reformer's familial and scholarly world. His refutation showed that resistance was not confined to distant Ottoman officials, shrine custodians, or communities unwilling to abandon custom. It emerged from within a learned Hanbali Najdi environment, capable of understanding the same textual inheritance differently. This fact weakens any account that treats the controversy as a simple confrontation between knowledge and ignorance. It was a dispute over how knowledge should be applied and how far correction could go without tearing the community. Later Hijazi opposition, associated in memory with figures such as Ahmad Zaini Dahlan, gave the controversy a broader regional frame. The Hijaz carried immense symbolic weight because of Mecca, Medina, pilgrimage, and the scholarly networks gathered around them. When anti-Wahhabi writers from or connected to that environment described the movement as fitna, they were not merely defending local custom. They were warning that the Najdi reform threatened the stability of sacred geography, pilgrimage life, and the religious authority of the wider Sunni world. Ottoman responses developed within that same widening concern. At first, Najd's remoteness limited direct imperial attention. The empire's authority in the Arabian interior was indirect and uneven. But as the Saudi Wahhabi state expanded and later confronted regions of greater symbolic and strategic importance, the movement became harder to treat as a local disturbance. Ottoman framing tended to present it as rebellion, disorder, and illegitimate religious extremism. That framing served political purposes, but it also reflected genuine anxiety about a reforming state, challenging established authority and devotional norms. The Ottoman order had its own claims to legitimacy. It was tied to the protection of pilgrimage, recognition by scholars across broad territories, and a long-standing role within Sunni political imagination. A Najdi movement that condemned practices tolerated in many Ottoman lands and expanded through military power threatened more than border stability. It challenged the empire's ability to define and maintain religious order. The conflict was therefore geopolitical because it involved sovereignty, holy places, and the authority to speak for normative Islam. Military reports and regional anxieties, where available through later historical reconstruction, show that neighboring powers perceived the movement through its practical effects. Towns submitted or resisted. Shrines were targeted. Rival rulers lost influence. Trade and pilgrimage networks faced uncertainty as expansion continued beyond central Najd. Scholarly denunciation and political alarm fed one another. A ruler could cite religious concern to justify resistance. A scholar could cite political violence as evidence of doctrinal danger. Supporters countered these narratives by emphasizing revival. In their memory, the founder did not bring rupture for its own sake. He called people back to the direct worship of Allah, revived neglected teachings, challenged illegitimate mediation, and gave clarity to communities weakened by imitation. The alliance with the Saudi house was understood as protection for truth in a hostile environment, not as corruption of religion by power. Military expansion was narrated as the difficult outer shell of moral restoration. This supportive narrative also had historical grounding. The movement did produce educational discipline, legal coherence, political order across previously fragmented areas, and a powerful critique of devotional practices that had long been disputed within Islamic scholarship. It was not invented from nothing. It drew on real textual precedents and addressed real practices that many reform-minded scholars regarded as religiously dangerous. A fair account must take seriously why followers found the movement compelling. The critical narrative also had historical grounding. The movement did attach severe doctrinal judgments to state power. It did challenge practices that many Muslims experienced as piety. It did generate campaigns, coercion, and destruction of religious sites. It did provoke learned opposition, including from within related scholarly circles. A fair account must take seriously why opponents found the movement alarming. The war over interpretation began because both narratives could point to evidence. Revival and rupture were not mutually exclusive experiences. For one community, the reform clarified worship and removed confusion. For another, it broke inherited continuity and imposed a contested doctrine through force. For one scholar, it restored foundational texts to authority. For another, it bypassed accumulated legal nuance and endangered communal boundaries. For one ruler, it offered moral legitimacy. For another, it threatened sovereignty. Memory turned these experiences into durable identities. Movements construct legitimacy by arranging the past into necessity. They identify decay, name a reformer, highlight opposition, and present endurance as proof of truth. Enemies construct threat by arranging the same past into warning. They identify excess, name victims, highlight violence, and present expansion as proof of danger. Both processes simplify, because memory must be teachable. The historian's difficulty is that simplified memory often preserves real wounds and real convictions. Terminology became one of the most visible arenas of memory. Supporters often preferred descriptions that linked the movement to Tawheed, reform, and the way of the earliest Muslim generations. Opponents used the term Wahhabi to mark the movement as the doctrine of one man, implying novelty rather than restoration. Later adoption of Salafi language widened the claim to earlier authority and altered the public meaning of the movement in modern contexts. Each term carried a judgment before any argument began. Modern states further reshaped the narrative. The Saudi state drew legitimacy from the Dirʿiyyah alliance while also adapting the religious establishment to changing political circumstances. Historical memory became part of national formation. The founder, the alliance, the reform, and the first Saudi state were placed inside a story of origin. That story emphasized continuity, religious purpose, and political renewal. It preserved important truths, but it also disciplined ambiguity in service of state legitimacy. Modern critics reshaped the narrative in their own ways. In the 19th and 20th centuries, anti-Wahhabi writings circulated through changing imperial, regional, and sectarian contexts. Later, after global conflicts and especially after the early 21st century, the term Wahhabism became a shorthand in many political and media discussions for militancy, intolerance, or extremism. This modern use often compressed very different phenomena into a single genealogy. It made the 18th century movement bear the burden of later events. some connected through influence, and others only loosely associated through vocabulary or institutional memory. Historical reassessment requires resisting that compression. Ibn Abd-al-Wahhab should not be made responsible for every later actor who used language resembling his movement, nor should the founding movement be insulated entirely from later developments that drew upon its categories. The proper task is more difficult: to trace continuities without erasing changes, to distinguish founder from followers, first state from later states, doctrinal texts from later political uses, and reformist critique from modern militancy. The movement's modern controversy intensified partly because it became a symbol far beyond Najd. For some, it symbolized scriptural renewal, religious discipline, and resistance to devotional excess. For others, it symbolized narrowness, coercive orthodoxy, and the dangers of state-backed purification. Symbols travel more easily than history. Once the movement became a symbol, arguments about it often revealed the anxieties of later generations as much as the realities of the 18th century. This symbolic afterlife affected scholarship as well. Some writers approached the movement through the lens of Saudi state formation. Others through theology, law, imperial conflict, modern extremism, or reformist networks. Each lens reveals something and risks hiding something. A study focused only on doctrine may understate coercion and politics. A study focused only on conquest may miss the genuine intellectual lineage and spiritual appeal. A study focused only on modern security concerns may distort the early movement by reading later violence backward into its origins. The strongest historical account must hold together several facts that do not easily harmonize. Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's concern for exclusive worship drew from recognizable Sunni sources, especially within Hanbali revivalist currents. His movement addressed practices that had long been debated and criticized by some scholars. At the same time, the movement's alliance with political power made its judgments enforceable, and that enforcement produced violence, displacement of authority, destruction of sites, and lasting hostility. Neither half cancels the other. The letters preserved in Najdi collections reveal the movement's own awareness of accusation. They defend intentions, clarify doctrines, deny indiscriminate judgment, and explain conflict. These letters matter because they show a movement seeking recognition and struggling to control its image. A purely triumphant movement would not need so much explanation. A movement under sustained suspicion must become its own advocate, historian, and legal defender. Polemical treatises from opponents reveal the opposite pressure. They show scholars trying to warn communities before the movement's categories became normalized. Their tone could be severe because they believed the stakes were severe. They feared that the reform had crossed from correction into rupture and from scholarship into coercive rebellion. Even where exaggeration appears, the emotional structure of the critique remains historically meaningful. It records the fear produced when a community sees its own religious continuity being judged by a new power. The Ottoman framing of the movement as rebellion also cannot be reduced to cynical politics. Empires defend themselves through language, and the Ottoman state had reasons to portray the Saudi Wahhabi expansion as disorder. Yet the movement's claims did unsettle the symbolic order the empire claimed to protect. The destruction or threatened transformation of practices associated with holy places, pilgrimage routes, and established devotional norms struck at questions larger than local Najdi power. Politics and theology were inseparable in the response because they had already become inseparable in the movement. Supporters often argued that opposition from rulers and established scholars proved how deeply corrupt interests had become. Critics argued that resistance from learned scholars and regional authorities proved how excessive the movement was. Each side used the other's resistance as evidence. This circular reinforcement hardened memory. The more opponents denounced, the more supporters saw themselves as tested. The more supporters expanded, the more opponents saw their warnings confirmed. The role of violence in memory followed the same pattern. Supportive accounts framed conflict within necessity, defense, correction, and the realities of Najdi political life. Hostile accounts framed it as aggression justified by doctrine. Modern historians must ask more precise questions. Which events are documented? Which are later exaggerated? Which descriptions come from partisans? How violence compared with regional norms? And how religious language altered its meaning? The answer is not found in a single verdict. It lies in the interaction between event, justification, and memory. Shrine destruction similarly requires precision. It should not be denied or softened into mere metaphor. It was a real feature of the movement's reforming practice. But it should also not be understood only through later outrage detached from the doctrine that motivated it. The movement saw such destruction as removing sites of illegitimate devotion. Opponents saw it as desecration and social rupture. The historian's responsibility is not to choose a devotional posture, but to explain why the same act could carry such opposed meanings. The accusation of alliance with political power may be the most historically grounded of all, because the alliance is undeniable. The question is how to interpret it. Supporters treat the alliance as necessary protection for reform in a fragmented and hostile environment. Critics treat it as the moment doctrine became dangerous because it gained coercive force. Both interpretations identify something real. The alliance made the movement effective. It also made it feared. This is why Dirʿiyyah remains central to the war over interpretation. It was not only a place of refuge, it became the scene from which later narratives began to diverge permanently. In supportive memory, Dirʿiyyah is where vulnerable truth found a state. In critical memory, it is where a contested doctrine found an army. The sentence changes depending on the narrator, but the structure remains the same. Religion and power joined there in a form that neither supporters nor opponents could ignore. Modern Saudi narratives have often emphasized the alliance as the foundation of order, reform, and legitimate rule. They preserve the idea that the political house and the scholarly house together restored religious clarity and social stability. In institutional settings, this memory helps connect the contemporary state to the first Saudi polity and to a longer tradition of reform. Such narratives are not simply invented. They draw on real continuities, but they also tend to minimize the fractured experience of opponents and the coercive dimensions of early expansion. Modern hostile narratives often move in the opposite direction. They emphasize violence, takfir, shrine destruction, and the later global consequences of Saudi religious influence. They preserve real dangers and grievances, yet they can also collapse 3 centuries of change into an unbroken chain of blame, treating the founder, the first Saudi state, later Saudi monarchies, modern Salafi currents, and contemporary militancy as one undifferentiated force. Such compression may satisfy polemical urgency, but it weakens historical understanding. The most difficult truth is that the movement's history became contested because its doctrine was socially effective. Had Ibn Abdul-Wahhab written treatises that changed little, opposition might have remained confined to scholarly circles. Historical reassessment does not require neutrality as indifference. It requires disciplined attention to evidence, motive, context, and consequence. The movement can be understood as revivalist without ignoring coercion. It can be understood as coercive without denying genuine reformist conviction. It can be criticized for social rupture without pretending all opposed practices were beyond legitimate critique. It can be defended as scriptural return without denying that the return was enforced through political power. The controversy around Ibn Abd al-Wahhab, therefore, reveals a larger question in Islamic history. What happens when a claim to restore foundational worship acquires the means to govern? The answer cannot be only theological, because governance changes theology's social life. It cannot be only political, because conviction changes what power believes itself to be doing. The reform movement stood at the meeting point of those forces, and that is why its memory remained combustible. By the time later generations inherited the debate, they inherited not one history but competing archives: Najdi chronicles, doctrinal treatises, defensive letters, anti-Wahhabi refutations, Ottoman records, regional memories, Saudi state narratives, modern academic reassessments, and global polemics all layered themselves over the founding moment. Each archive preserved something. Each archive obscured something. The figure at the center became increasingly difficult to separate from the arguments made in his name and against it. The war over interpretation shows that the movement's history became as contested as its doctrine. Supporters remembered purification, critics remembered coercion. States remembered legitimacy. Opponents remembered threat. Scholars found complexity where polemic wanted certainty. The argument did not end, because the forces released in Dirʿiyyah were never confined to Dirʿiyyah. They entered memory, and memory became another battlefield. 9. The final years of the reformer. By the final years of Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab's life, the argument had already moved beyond the body of the man who first gave it its most concentrated Najdi form. Dirījah was no longer only a place of refuge for a displaced preacher. It had become the center of an expanding order, where teaching, rule, warfare, judgment, and family continuity converged. The older scholar lived inside a movement that still bore his language but no longer depended only on his personal voice. His doctrine had entered routines. It moved through courts, letters, campaigns, mosque instruction, oaths, and the calculations of rulers who had learned to govern through reform. The surviving sources do not allow a richly intimate portrait of his old age. They preserve honorific memory, legal traces, correspondence, chronicle entries, and later institutional reverence, but they do not open the private chamber of thought. A careful narration must remain close to what can be known. He continued to teach. He continued to write and answer. He remained a religious authority in the Saudi sphere. His family and students helped carry the movement's doctrine into public order. His position was no longer that of an exposed preacher dependent on uncertain patronage. It was that of an elder whose ideas had become part of governance. This institutionalization changed the weight of his work. Earlier, a doctrinal claim could produce controversy, expulsion, or local fracture. Later, the same claim could shape judgment across territories aligned with Dirījah. A teaching on Tawheed could become a curriculum. A warning against shrine-centered practices could become public removal. A distinction about proof, error, and opposition could become necessary for managing populations under rule. The doctrine did not lose its textual form, but it acquired administrative consequences. The scholar's language now traveled with men who judged, fought, collected obligations, and supervised public religion. The question of whether age softened or hardened him cannot be answered through invention. There is no reliable private record that permits a dramatic claim of regret, mellowing, or inward doubt. What can be observed is continuity. The later movement did not abandon the central principles that had formed it: exclusive worship of Allah, suspicion toward intermediary practices, scriptural correction of inherited custom, and alliance with political authority for enforcement. If there was adjustment, it appears less as doctrinal reversal than as the burden of management. A reformer who had once denounced drift now lived within a system responsible for defining, teaching, and policing the boundaries of that denunciation. Consolidation is quieter than rupture, but it often demands more discipline. Campaigns could bring settlements into submission, but submission had to be organized. Judges needed guidance, teachers needed texts, rulers needed legitimacy, newly aligned communities needed instruction, opponents needed answers. The older scholar's authority helped hold together a movement whose success created new problems. Every expansion widened the field of judgment. Every new town brought older practices, local scholars, tribal loyalties, economic needs, and uncertain motives into the orbit of reform. His later work, therefore, belonged to a world of watchfulness. The state needed to know which practices remained unacceptable, which persons were ignorant rather than defiant, which opponents required refutation, which rulers could be trusted, and how far political accommodation could go without appearing to compromise doctrine. The language of purification had to remain clear, yet governance demanded continuous discrimination. Too much looseness threatened the movement's identity. Too much severity threatened disorder or confirmed the accusations of enemies. The family dimension became increasingly important. The descendants and scholarly heirs of Ibn Abdul-Wahhab would later be known as the al-Sheikh, a family whose authority became closely tied to Saudi rule. In his final years, the foundations of that arrangement were already visible. Religious knowledge was not only held by one scholar, but transmitted through household, students, and institutional proximity to power. The movement was learning how to survive succession. This mattered because reform tied too closely to one personality can dissolve after death. The Dirʿiyyah order did not dissolve. It had begun to build inheritance. Discipleship gave doctrine continuity beyond blood. Students could memorize, teach, judge, and write within the reforming framework. They could carry the categories of tawheed, innovation, obedience, and illegitimate mediation into settlements where the founder never stood. Through them, the movement became less dependent on the immediacy of his presence. A doctrine becomes historical when others can repeat it with authority after its first voice grows silent. Coordination with political leadership remains central. After Muhammad ibn Saud's death, the alliance continued under his successors, especially Abdulaziz ibn Muhammad. That continuity showed that the pact had become more than personal friendship or temporary patronage. The ruling house still needed the religious legitimacy of the reform. The scholarly authority still needed political protection and enforcement. The older Ibn Abd-al-Wahhab lived long enough to see that the arrangement could pass from one ruler to another without collapsing. That fact may be more important than any imagined private feeling about it. The administrative burden of success was different from the danger of exile. Exile exposed the reformer to weakness. Success exposed him to scale. A small movement can remain intense and relatively pure in self-understanding. A governing movement must absorb people whose convictions are uneven. It must manage allies whose motives are mixed. It must distinguish between sincere reform, political advantage, fear, opportunism, and survival. The doctrine's clarity remained, but the human field beneath it became more complicated as the state widened. The older scholar's certainty had already produced a world in which others acted. Military leaders moved under the banner of reform. Judges shaped disputes through its legal and theological assumptions. Teachers carried its core texts into instruction. Rulers invoked its legitimacy as they consolidated territory. Opponents answered it in polemics. Ordinary communities adjusted their practices around its prohibitions. The founder was still alive, but the movement had acquired its own momentum. That is one of the burdens of influence. A teaching, once institutionalized, no longer belongs only to the teacher. This does not mean he lost authority. Within Dirʿiyyah's order, his standing remained immense, yet authority in old age differs from authority in emergence. Earlier, he had to argue against the familiar and persuade or provoke patrons into action. Later, his task was to preserve the structure of meaning that expansion had made powerful. The work of clarification continued because the accusation against the movement continued. Critics still feared excessive takfir, coercion, and the rupture of Muslim unity. Supporters still believed hesitation before condemned practices meant surrender to corruption. The older scholar remained inside that unresolved tension. Letters and legal responses from the movement's archive help reveal this environment. They show a continued need to defend the reform's boundaries, explain its judgments, and rebut accusations. They also reveal that the movement understood itself as contested by a wider world. A state can win territory without winning interpretation. Dirʿiyyah's expansion did not end the argument over legitimacy. It enlarged the audience before whom legitimacy had to be claimed. In these years, doctrine traveled through repetition more than novelty. The essential claims had been established. Worship belonged to Allah alone. Intermediary practices judged illegitimate had to be abandoned. Custom could not override foundational evidence. Political authority had an obligation to protect reform. These claims did not require constant reinvention. They required durable transmission. The older Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's significance lay increasingly in the fact that his teachings could now operate without needing to be newly forged. There is restraint in recognizing this. A dramatic biography might seek a final inward struggle, a moment of regret, or a last severe pronouncement. The evidence does not require such scenes. The more historically grounded drama lies elsewhere, in the transformation of a scholar's categories into institutions capable of outliving him. By the time death approached, the decisive change had already occurred. The movement had passed from preaching to governance, from controversy to statecraft, from personal reform to dynastic structure. His death is generally dated to 1206 after the Hijrah, corresponding to 1792 in Dirījiyah. It occurred within a political religious order already prepared to continue. The chronicles remember him with reverence. Opponents would remember him differently. The state he helped authorize did not stop at his grave. The Saudi Wahhabi emirate continued expanding after him, and later events would carry his name into conflicts he did not personally witness. His life ended before the full global memory of the movement began. The quiet fact of his death matters because it shows how far the argument had already escaped biography. He did not leave behind only books. He left behind students, descendants, judges, rulers, practices of enforcement, terms of legitimacy, and enemies formed in response to the world his doctrine helped create. The reformer died after the reform had become institutional. The voice ended, but the method remained. 10. The movement without the founder. When Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab died in Dirījiyah in 1206 after the Hijrah, corresponding to 1792, the movement did not pause to discover whether it could survive him. It had already been prepared for survival. His teachings had entered family networks, judicial practice, political legitimacy, military organization, letters, schools, and the habits of a rising state. The founder's body disappeared from the center of the story, but the structure that carried his language remained in motion. The immediate aftermath was neither simple triumph nor immediate fragmentation. The Saudi Wahhabi order continued under political leadership, already accustomed to governing through reform. Abdulaziz ibn Muhammad, successor in the Saudi house, inherited more than territorial ambition. He inherited a framework in which rule was justified through the defense of Tawheed, suppression of practices judged illegitimate, and continued expansion of a polity whose religious legitimacy depended on visible commitment. The scholar had died, but the alliance did not die with him. The durability of the movement rested partly on family authority. The descendants and scholarly heirs of Ibn Abd al-Wahhab carried his prestige into later generations, forming the religious household later known as the al-Shaykh. Genealogy became more than descent. It became a channel of legitimacy. To belong to the founder's scholarly line was to inherit a place within the religious architecture of the state. Through family networks, doctrine acquired continuity beyond the instability of individual charisma. Students and disciples provided another form of transmission. They taught the concise texts, repeated the central distinctions, answered objections, and helped embed the reform into courts and mosques. Education did not merely preserve memory, it reproduced perception. A generation trained after the founder's death could learn to see shrine practices, supplication, vows, and local customs through categories already hardened by institutional use. What had once been a controversial method became a curriculum. Judicial continuity mattered just as much. Judges aligned with the reform could apply its legal and theological priorities across communities entering the Saudi sphere. Their rulings joined belief to administration. They supervised disputes, public conduct, religious practice, and the boundaries of acceptable devotion. A doctrine survives most effectively when it becomes ordinary procedure, when people encounter it not only in sermons, but in decisions affecting property, obligation, punishment, public reputation, and communal status. The political alliance ensured that doctrine continued to move through power. Rulers needed religious legitimacy, and scholars needed state protection. Campaigns continued. Settlements still had to choose between submission, resistance, negotiation, or delayed accommodation. Some communities accepted the reform sincerely. Others complied outwardly under political pressure. Some scholars adopted its language and entered its institutions. Others attacked it with increasing urgency, seeing in its expansion evidence that their warnings had been justified. Neighboring powers did not experience the founder's death as the end of the challenge. The state he helped authorize remained active, and its territorial ambitions continued to disturb regional balances. Rival rulers saw a movement capable of combining religious claim, military pressure, and dynastic continuity. The danger from their perspective lay not in one preacher's presence, but in the system that now outlived him. A doctrine tied to a ruling house could survive succession. It could expand through men who had never studied directly with the founder. Memory began to structure itself quickly. Texts preserved the doctrine. Genealogy preserved the founder's authority. Schools and teaching circles preserved the method. Judicial systems preserved application. Alliances preserved political reach. Letters preserved defense against accusation. Chronicles preserved a narrative of origin in which Dirʿiyyah became the place where reform found power. Each form of memory served a function. Together they turned biography into institutional inheritance. Opponents built memory in parallel. Refutations, regional reports, oral accounts of coercion, and later polemical histories preserved the image of rupture. For critics, the founder's death did not soften the judgment against the movement because the effects continued. Shrines remained destroyed or threatened. Local authorities remained displaced. Communities still faced demands for obedience. The controversy therefore passed from the person of Ibn Abd-al-Wahhab to the order that bore his name, and in some cases to the name his enemies gave it. The first Saudi state's continued expansion after his death shows that the movement had crossed the threshold from reformist preaching to durable state project. Administration, military organization, tribal negotiation, and dynastic succession now carried what had begun as theological insistence. A tribe might join for advantage, a settlement might submit for security, a judge might teach from conviction, and a ruler might campaign for both religion and power. The system could absorb mixed motives because it possessed a language capable of organizing them. This did not make the movement stable in every place or accepted by all. Resistance persisted. Scholarly opposition continued. Regional hostility widened as the state's reach increased. The founder's absence may have removed one central personality, but it did not remove the arguments he had sharpened. If anything, those arguments became harder to contain once embedded in institutions that no longer required his personal intervention. The movement's durability, therefore, depended on more than doctrine alone. Doctrine gave it content. Administration gave it repetition. Military organization gave it reach. Tribal negotiation gave it adaptability. Dynastic continuity gave it political memory. Family authority gave it religious succession. Education gave it future believers. Historical narrative gave it legitimacy. These forces together allowed the Reform State project to continue after the founder's death, with enough coherence to shape events far beyond his lifetime. By the time the older scholar was gone, the essential transformation had already occurred. The reform no longer depended on the physical presence of its founder. It had become a system of transmission, rule, memory, and conflict, able to move through men who inherited his categories without having to become him. 11. the argument that never closed. The alliance formed in Dirʿiyyah during the middle of the 18th century belonged at first to a narrow landscape of oasis politics, tribal uncertainty, contested worship, and fragile authority. Yet the argument it produced did not remain in Najd. It survived military defeat, dynastic reconstruction, imperial conflict, modern state formation, oil wealth, print circulation, migration, education, and global political upheaval. Across centuries, the movement associated with Muhammad ibn Abdul-Wahhab became larger than its original geography and more disputed than its founders could have imagined. The first Saudi state eventually fell under Ottoman Egyptian military pressure in the early 19th century. Dirījah itself was damaged and politically broken. Yet destruction did not erase the alliance model. The movement's doctrines, family structures, educational methods, and political memory survived collapse. Later Saudi formations rebuilt around those inheritances. The second Saudi state restored parts of the old order, though unevenly and amid internal rivalries. The third Saudi state, established under Abdul Aziz ibn Saud in the 20th century, carried the alliance into modern statehood with a scale and durability earlier generations had not possessed. Modern Saudi consolidation changed the historical meaning of the reform. What began as a regional alliance tied to caravan settlements and tribal warfare entered the age of ministries, diplomacy, oil economies, universities, mass literacy, broadcasting, and global infrastructure. The descendants of the ruling family and the descendants of the reforming scholarly family continued to occupy intertwined positions within the state. Religious legitimacy remained important, though constantly negotiated alongside the practical demands of governing a modern nation. The movement's educational influence expanded through institutions capable of reaching far beyond Arabia. Universities, mosque networks, publishing houses, scholarship programs, recorded sermons, charitable foundations, and later digital media carried reformist texts and styles of interpretation across continents. Kitab al-Tawhid, once taught in relatively small circles, became part of transnational religious instruction. A doctrinal vocabulary forged in Najd entered cities shaped by colonialism, industrialization, migration, and modern political crisis. Yet continuity should not be mistaken for sameness. Modern Salafi movements are not historically identical to the original Saudi Wahhabi alliance, even when they inherit some of its conceptual structures. The term Salafi itself grew wider and more varied over time. Some movements emphasized quietist scholarship and doctrinal purification while avoiding political rebellion. Others combined scriptural reform with activism against colonial rule or local authoritarianism. Some focused on hadith study and personal piety. Others entered electoral politics, revolutionary movements, or militant struggle. Historical precision matters because later actors often drew selectively from the original reform rather than reproducing it intact. Anti-colonial reform currents in the 19th and 20th centuries sometimes found aspects of the movement compelling. Calls for purification, scriptural return, criticism of inherited stagnation, and suspicion toward excessive saint veneration resonated with broader reformist energies across the Muslim world. Thinkers confronting European domination and internal decline often searched for ways to restore discipline, intellectual seriousness, and moral confidence. Some admired the Najdi reform's ability to mobilize society around foundational texts. Others rejected its severity while still sharing parts of its critique of devotional excess and unthinking imitation. This selective inheritance produced complicated genealogies. A reformer in Cairo, Damascus, Delhi, or North Africa might share the language of scriptural return without endorsing Saudi political structures. A scholar could reject shrine-centered devotion while also rejecting takfir or coercive enforcement. Another could praise early Salafi figures while criticizing Wahhabi historical practice. Modern Islamic revivalism became a field of overlapping influences rather than a single chain of repetition. The Saudi state's growing wealth in the 20th century intensified the global reach of reformist religious language. Funding for schools, mosques, translations, scholarships, and religious publications amplified doctrines associated with Salafi and Wahhabi traditions. For supporters, this represented the spread of authentic teaching grounded in tawhid and scriptural evidence. For critics, it represented the export of a narrow and socially disruptive orthodoxy backed by state resources. The old controversy from Najd entered a planetary scale. Regional polemics adapted accordingly. In many parts of the Muslim world, local devotional cultures associated with Sufism, saint visitation, or inherited ritual traditions encountered reformist criticism framed through categories sharpened by the Wahhabi experience. Some communities absorbed parts of the critique while preserving older practices. Others polarized sharply. Debates over graves, intercession, innovation, authority, and religious authenticity continued to divide scholars, movements, and ordinary believers. Language changed with time, but the underlying questions remained recognizable. Extremist appropriations further complicated the movement's modern image. Militant groups in different periods borrowed fragments of Salafi vocabulary, selective readings of Tawhid, or severe approaches to loyalty and unbelief while operating in political and military contexts, radically different from 18th-century Najd. Critics often responded by drawing a direct line from Ibn Abdul-Wahhab to modern extremism. Supporters rejected this genealogy, arguing that militant movements ignored scholarly restraints, violated legal conditions, and distorted doctrines originally tied to disciplined scholarship and political order. The historical relationship is neither simple continuity nor complete separation. Some conceptual frameworks developed within the Reformed tradition, especially intense concern with purification, suspicion toward intermediary practices, and strong boundary language, could be appropriated by later militant actors. Yet those later actors frequently operated outside the structures that had constrained earlier doctrine through established scholarship, dynastic authority, and legal procedure. Modern extremism emerged through many forces: colonial collapse, authoritarian states, foreign intervention, ideological radicalization, and fractured political worlds. Reducing all of this to a single 18th-century source obscures more than it explains. At the same time, defenders of the movement cannot entirely avoid the question of how severe doctrinal categories travel once released into wider political crises. A concept developed within one historical environment may acquire different uses in another. The argument over responsibility therefore continues, because the movement's language remains powerful enough to be claimed, contested, or feared by later generations. Scholarly debates around Ibn Abdul-Wahhab have also evolved. Earlier polemics often moved in absolutes: revival or heresy, purification or corruption, orthodoxy or fitna. Modern academic scholarship tends to examine the movement through social history, political formation, theology, law, imperial conflict, and transnational religious networks. Historians increasingly place the reform within broader 18th-century revivalist patterns, rather than treating it as a uniquely isolated eruption. Yet, scholarly reassessment has not ended controversy. The movement still touches living religious identities and state legitimacy. The unresolved questions remain difficult because they are not merely theoretical. What happens when purification becomes political? The Saudi-Wahhabi alliance suggested one answer: doctrine gains durability, administrative reach, and historical force. But the same process also exposes doctrine to coercion, compromise, and the violence of governance. A principle meant to clarify worship can become entangled with campaigns, borders, and state interest. Can certainty coexist with pluralism? The Reform movement drew much of its strength from clarity. It distinguished sharply between legitimate and illegitimate devotional acts. Such clarity can create moral confidence and institutional coherence. Yet societies are rarely uniform. Muslim history contains varied legal traditions, devotional habits, regional customs, and scholarly disagreements. The sharper the boundary becomes, the harder coexistence may become for communities living differently inside the same religious civilization. How should reform movements define legitimate boundaries? Without boundaries, reform loses force. With excessively rigid boundaries, reform risks fragmentation and perpetual accusation. This tension did not disappear after Ibn Abdul-Wahhab's death. It persisted through later Salafi movements, revivalist organizations, and contemporary debates about takfir, innovation, loyalty, and authority. Every movement claiming purification must decide how much ambiguity it can tolerate before believing itself compromised. What is lost and what is gained when religion aligns with state power? The alliance in Dirʿiyyah gave reform endurance. It allowed doctrine to become law, education, and governance. It also tied religious authority to dynastic continuity, military power, and political calculation. Supporters often viewed this as protection for truth in a dangerous world. Critics viewed it as the corruption of religion by coercive structures. The debate persists because history supplies evidence for both fears and hopes. Can return to foundations avoid becoming coercive? Reformers often begin with texts, arguments, and teaching. Yet once a movement believes that public practices threaten divine unity itself, pressure toward enforcement grows. The original reform in Najd illustrated this movement from persuasion toward political authority. Later revivalists faced similar dilemmas. Some embraced state partnership. Others rejected it. Some insisted that purification should remain educational rather than coercive. Others believed public error required public correction. The question remains unresolved, because foundational certainty can generate both discipline and force. How does a local alliance become a global symbol? Dirʿiyyah was not Istanbul, Cairo, or Delhi. It was a relatively isolated settlement in Central Arabia. Yet, the alliance formed there eventually became one of the most consequential and contested religious political partnerships in modern Islamic history. Oil wealth, modern communication, migration, geopolitical conflict, pilgrimage networks, and institutional expansion transformed a regional reform into a worldwide reference point. Today, the terms Wahhabi and Salafi circulate far beyond their original context, often carrying meanings shaped as much by contemporary politics as by 18th-century history. The symbolic power of the movement lies partly in the way it joins intimacy and authority. The debate is never only about states or wars. It reaches into prayer, grief, memory, intercession, burial, supplication, and the relationship between human beings and Allah. Questions that appear abstract in theology become deeply personal in practice. That is why arguments over shrines, mediation, and worship continue to generate emotion centuries later. They touch habits inherited within families and communities, not only doctrines debated in books. Modern Saudi Arabia itself reflects many of these tensions. The state has preserved its historical connection to the Reform Alliance while also navigating modernization, global diplomacy, economic transformation, technological change, and shifting forms of religious authority. The relationship between official scholarship and political leadership continues to evolve. Public memory of the reform has been shaped through national history, educational curricula, and institutional narratives, even as global criticism and internal debate persist. Meanwhile, outside Saudi Arabia, Salafi identities have diversified further. Some communities focus on textual study and personal discipline. Others organize politically. Some avoid confrontation with local devotional cultures, while others continue aggressive polemics against practices they regard as illegitimate. In some places, Salafi language functions mainly as a call for scriptural seriousness. In others, it signals hardened social boundaries. The historical legacy of Ibn Abdul-Wahhab therefore survives less as a single movement than as a field of arguments, methods, anxieties, and inherited categories. The controversy remains combustible because no final verdict has settled the underlying questions. Supporters still see revival where critics see rupture. Critics still see coercion, where supporters see necessary correction. Historians continue to revise earlier assumptions while confronting archives shaped by polemic and state interest. Communities continue to negotiate between inherited devotional life and reformist scrutiny. Political rulers continue to seek religious legitimacy while managing modern states whose realities exceed the categories of 18th-century Najd. To return conceptually to Dirʿiyyah is to recognize how improbable the story once appeared. A local alliance in a harsh and fragmented region became a force capable of shaping modern Islamic discourse across continents. The men who met there could not have known the scale of the afterlife their partnership would acquire, yet the structure they created, purification joined to political authority, proved durable enough to survive defeat, revival, and global transformation. The argument never closed because it concerns more than one movement or one scholar. It concerns the enduring difficulty of joining religious certainty to public power. It asks whether purification can remain reform without becoming domination, whether authenticity can survive institution, and whether the desire to protect worship can avoid remaking society through coercive force. These questions continue to echo because they do not belong only to the past. Centuries after the alliance at Dirījah, the debate remains unsettled for the same reason it began with such intensity. It joins the most intimate question of worship to the hardest realities of power.